Am I still live? Chat room? Hello? Testing? Hello? Yeah, I am live. Okay. Did the stream go fully offline, or did you guys just get a reconnecting thing? Wow, I went fully offline. Fun. That sucks. That really blows. That's gonna waste a lot of my time this evening. Just the counter got reset? Weird. All right. Well, that sucks. Did that split my VOD? Yep. Well, today is going to be one of those shitty days where I have to download the VOD and stitch it together. Fuck. All right. Well, cool. Cool. I literally just got a notification from OBS. It was like, you've disconnected. Welcome back. Don't feel very welcome. I'll put it that way. But thank you. You know, computers make me sad. That's a funny name. I appreciate that name. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I am kind of optimistic, but I'm also kind of not. I'm kind of optimistic, but I'm also kind of not. That's the like only way that I can really put it. The Yeti got scared? Must be. I don't know. It's just it's weird. That's weird the way that happened. That is genuinely weird. Hope it doesn't happen again. If it happens again, I'll have to like check something. I mean, here's the thing, right? And this is coming from somebody who plays a lot of video games and hears about a lot of video games right when they get announced and waits for them since the announcement, right? Dwarf Fortress got announced 3 years, or Premium Dwarf Fortress got announced 3 years ago. 3 years ago. They started working on it 2 years ago. It's been a very short period of time. This is me being completely realistic about game development. It's been a very short period of time for a full user interface rework. That's quick, actually. Considering they didn't start working on it until like spring 2020. Considering there's been a pandemic, it's been really fast by Dwarf Fortress terms. Because they agreed to do it in, what was it, 18 was when they signed the paperwork to do it and started like recruiting to bring people on. The villain stuff was then released, and it took a while. But on the flip side, I know for a fact that they're doing interviews with a bunch of major news outlets at PAX, because at PAX they are doing the panel on, like, this is me arguing in favor of you. Computers make me sad. PAX, they are, oh god, I also lost all my hosts. Hold on. If anybody was hosting the stream previously, could you like rehost the stream? That'd be rad. Oh, also September is finally out now. So, I'm just saying. Also, my view count's way off. Twitch like doubles view counts sometimes when you get booted offline. It's funny. But anyway, I know that they're doing big interviews with a bunch of major news outlets. Thanks, computers make me sad. That sub makes me happy. Thanks for subbing at a discount. I'm assuming. Maybe that's why I got booted offline. Weird. Anyway. Tarn is a math guy originally, and working on a project for this long, it's a lot of layers experiences, layers to refactor. That and like he doesn't use version control. He's talked about this a number of times, but he doesn't use any kind of version control. Which I don't know a lot about programming. I know enough about programming to know that version control is pretty important. And when I logged in, I went offline. I mean, my internet just went kaboop, okay? Or OBS just gave up. I don't know. I mean, OBS like updated to a new version yesterday, and it was fine yesterday. I had no issues with it yesterday. But today it was just like, nope. So I don't know. I'm blaming OBS currently, but it might have also been my internet. No, it's like a well-known fact. Tarn doesn't use version control. It's like from a Reddit AMA from like over a decade ago. But anyway, they're doing the panel on Friday, and then all of Saturday they're doing interviews with large media outlets. I know about some of them. I know that they're doing an interview with Rock Paper Shotgun. I think IGN and somebody else. So it's like they're doing interviews with a bunch of big media outlets. That's what leads me to believe, and PC Gamer, yeah. So that's what leads me to believe that it'll be out. Like that's what makes me think that they're announcing a release date, is because they're doing all those big interviews. Like they're doing a media circuit. The funniest thing though is their last meeting at PAX is they're getting dinner with me. And there's something that's just absolutely hilarious to me about like, oh, well, they're going to PAX, they're doing this big important panel, announcing, potentially announcing shit, and then just hanging out with me last. You know, if they do that, I'll be pissed. Because I'll be at PAX. I'm gonna be honest, like that would be like the meanest thing they could do to me. And also that would be a horrible idea. And there's a very simple reason why that's a horrible idea. Zach and Tarn are a two-person development team. Both of those dudes need to be at home, ready to patch shit when it releases. If they were to release it on day one of a 2-day press circuit, when they're not at home, that would be a really dumb idea. While their publisher isn't home, while their community manager is at a convention and unable to moderate forums, yeah, that would be a horrible plan. Horrible plan. So while there's like this, there's this like kind of romantic, I guess, concept of like, and you can play it now. But in actual practice, that is like the worst thing you could possibly do for any kind of announcement in tech. I mean, it worked so well for the Dreamcast, you know? But yes, it is amazing when studios do that. While drinking... Are you using voice to text? I mean, what does even that mean? Well, where drinking bear... I know what you're trying to say. Tarn and Sack... fuck when we release, we're drinking bear and looking at money coming in. What? I mean, I know exactly what you're trying to say, but you'll take the day after PAX. You know, if they announce a release date at PAX, it's probably going to be a Monday or Tuesday, and it's probably going to be, I would guess, a month later, because you want people to get excited and you want to get early keys to press. That's just me talking about how this industry works, though. Yeah, drinking bear. Definitely drink bear. What tile set is that? There you go. Just clicky that linky and you'll get it. Oh, it's not technically my tile set. It's Krug Smash's tile set. I just have a very modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. And I use it because, like, whenever Krug Smash puts out a video, like, a couple dozen people are like, man, I wonder if anybody's streaming this on Twitch. And it's very consistent. So because of that, it just makes sense to use this tile set. Go through there and knock all those out. Tarn is a bear vampire? I thought he was just like an immortal wizard. Yeah. There's a lot of comments on the soundtrack video where they're talking about how, oh man, Tarn's getting gray hair. I feel old. And then I'm like, nah, he's just doing a Doc Brown cosplay. It's like Tarn kind of goes through these cycles of like being really, 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 really like well cut and like well kept and looking professional to like beard down to his belly button to Doc Brown. And like he kind of goes through like this cycle of like slowly turns into a dwarf and then just like goes back to like, oh, I have to go to meetings now. It's always like amused me a little bit. All right, we're gonna turn on this pump. Pump it louder! Get down here, Dwarf. We gotta pump some water. But yeah, I've got several different versions of this tile set. Whenever I generate a new world, actually, or previously what I used to do whenever I would generate a new world is I would ask or when a new version would come out, I would ask my artist to make small modifications to this one, change the floors, change the walls, do that sort of stuff. But he's in Russia, so I can't pay him anymore. So it's now more difficult for me to do that. So I haven't updated it in a while. Programmer mathematician. Wait, which one? Okay, hold on a second. Is Bearded Tarn Programmer Tarn, or is Doc Brown Tarn Mathematician Tarn? All right. And then which Tarn makes this sound? Maybe that's community manager Tarn. Mathematicians are always mentally unhinged. You know, I think people are mentally unhinged. It's just whether or not they want to show it publicly. You know, I think everybody's a little bit unhinged. It's definitely the bearded one. Iron mace. All right, so we're going to get a little bit of obsidian out of this as a bonus, but alongside of the obsidian, we're also going to be able to mine down around this pretty soon. Or rather, we'll be able to mine into here and then channel this area out and then mine into this. Like a 3-step process, but... What if there was infinite numbers between each numbers? I'm pretty sure there is. Infinite numbers between each number. Says who? Big math? I don't know. I don't do math. I just smoke weed. What do I know about math? So this all down here is going to seal off. Which means we can dig down into this level. You know what's pretty deranged? Twitch booting me offline and killing my view count. It's like we had like 50 people watching, and now it's like 35. It's like, God damn it. Fucking Twitch. Hey, Chad, if you're lurking, type something in so Twitch thinks you're still an active viewer. I mean, it's close enough to reality, but math can be, sure. I'm not even going to accept, like, random statements about math. None of it matters. To me, anyway. My mental capacity for math kind of capped out at, like, multiplication. You're stupid. Hello, how are you? Well, how about this? Actually, it's not that none of it matters. It does matter. None of it matters to me. Because I am an entertainment personality on the internets, not a not a mathemic thinking person. How's that? Also, I wouldn't say that none of it matters is a good take. It's a take. I wouldn't say it's a good take. But it is certainly a take. Rolf, thanks for the 5th month. Welcome back. With that prime. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Rolf? Keeping that sub alive. Big thanks. Aww. Thanks for the 10 bucks. What's this? Stop doing math. Numbers are not supposed to be given names. Years of counting yet no real... Do you just, like, have math memes on tap? Like, where'd you get this? Zooms? We need one more person. But potential zooms, yeah. Yeah. You know what's funny? Like, I look at this, and I go, that looks like Creeper World. Also, a game made by ex-mathematician. It really does. Just straight up look like Creeper World. All right, let's stop this dwarf from pumping. Yeah, I get massive amounts of enjoyment from out of games that are super obtuse and made by borderline crazy people that used to be mathematicians. Mathematicians? Mathematicians. All right, so if I channel into the... I should be able to channel up from this, right? Level zooms. Level 2 zooms, yeah. Level 2 zoom. Thank you, IR Stupid, for checking out a gift sub. Here's, man. Now, Weaver's throwing another tantrum who still hasn't committed crimes. He's gone and thrown out 2 tantrums, though. Aqua, thanks for gifting a sub to Tygo. Cheers, mate. Also, chat room. I'm just quietly sneaking a Reddit thread out. If anybody wants to interact with it, it helps. But someone was missing? What? Oh, I guess that dwarf finally tantrumed enough to kill somebody. 2 people, actually. Well, that's unfortunate. You're still gonna use this. You're still gonna use Crypt Burr. Hello, Arrow, though. You know, it might cause you pain, but it amuses me. Hope you're doing all right, Arrow. What truly pains me is that Twitch booted me offline. That's what truly pains me today. So, 3 counts of disorderly conduct against Cole. Killed not 1, but 2 dwarves. It's a real shame. Currently has nothing pending. I'm very curious to see how long of a sentence that dwarf's gonna get. 57 days in prison and a beating. The truly shocking thing is that dwarf hasn't gone totally insane yet. That is the truly shocking thing. How deep is this? Have I fucked up? I've fucked up. Okay. I may have to pump this water out. That's fine. I didn't realize it would be that shallow, but, you know, here we are. I guess I could also do like this. And dig to the edges as well. Spring has arrived. 'Tis a glorious day. Winter has ended. I wonder if we get to trade this year, or if zombies and sieges are going to show up first. 40 seconds if anybody wants to pump more money into that hype train, but regardless, thanks for the train. It means a lot, guys. Today has been good. It is also September, so if you've never subscribed before and you've been thinking about it, you could subscribe at a discount. Which is kind of neat, if you ask me. Kind of neat. It's nowhere near as good as previous deals Twitch has had in the past, but hey, it's something. It's something. I'd say that much for sure. Thanks for the 25 cents. You're stupid. Cheers, man. Appreciate you for the quarter. Enjoy those while you can. Twitch might be phasing out bits and changing them into a different format of thing that will remove the ability to micro tip like that. So enjoy throwing quarters and pennies while you can. $10 and 3 subs. Here's lads. Big surprise? What's the big surprise? But Twitch is planning on making bits into something different? I don't know if that's that big of a surprise. How deep is this? Might actually be getting... okay, never mind. It's only 3. As long as they keep channeling things out. It'd be good. But how's your Thursday been, Era? There we go. Water's flowing pretty quick, but I really should have waited for some of this water to drain a little bit first, but whatever. Phone's going off. What's that? Uber just gave me a $5 coupon because I haven't used their app in so long. That might actually be useful this weekend. It's almost like they know. All right, you go up to there. It's like the only time I consistently use Uber is when I go to conventions. You watched the video about the songs in the game? It's pretty good music. It's funny, there's like two camps of people for the music. And there's the people who have heard like Simon's music before, who are very excited for it. And then there's people who are like, it's like, yes, you're new here, aren't you? Worked 8 hours today? Whole 8 hours. Very proud of you. A very long period of time to work. Normal shift, but still long. Really? I kind of thought that the water would flow in there. Come on, water. You suck. How much love is in there? Let's keep cutting this back. Doing achievement runs in Gunfire Reborn. I've never played that. Not a single second of it. People seem to like it though. Looked too Borderlands-y for me. It's really been sleep of 1 to 2, so you have no idea. Yeah, you're in a strange sleep pattern these days. Well, we'll see you in a couple hours. Or 8 hours. Or less than that. You get a run in 1 hour? I'm just kind of done with run-based FPS games that aren't Ziggurat. Ziggurat's like the only one I enjoy for some reason. Ziggurat's pretty good though. It's just such a strange game compared to that studio's other stuff, where it's just like, oh yeah, they made like a platformer, and then they made a racing game, and then they made a run-based FPS, and then they made Farm Together, and then they made another platformer, and then they made a multiplayer horror game, and now they're making another Ziggurat 2. It's like they just kind of they just kind of make whatever. They're a weird studio. Milkstone Games, I think is the name of it. I guess they milk that stone. Oh, that sucks. Losing speakers. You know, I haven't had speakers plugged into a computer since... since before I moved out, like, maybe 2008. You're 16. My 16-year-old burned down. Yeah, that's a bit darker than the word speakers. Earrings, rock, earring. I'll survive on headphones until you get something new. I literally only use headphones. Part of that is like I lived in this apartment with my ex for a while, and so you know we kind of didn't want to just be sitting here playing different things on both of our computers, so we both just used headphones. And I've never gone back to the world of speakers. Speakers are for me, my like audiophile setup. I've never really plugged. I don't think I've ever actually plugged speakers into this computer, outside of the shit speakers that are plugged into this monitor, which I don't count. Oopsies. Resize this. I did. Hold up. I think I accidentally resized Dwarf Fortress slightly. There we go. Fixed it. Stupid mouse accidentally resizing things. All right. Should be able to just start channeling, actually, as long as I'm careful. Let's see. Can we start channeling this? It's got nothing to do with being an audiophile. Those speakers are just bad. Got literally nothing to do with whether or not you're an audiophile. Okay, how come some of them are sealing off and some of them are just like not? It's a little weird. Let's do that. Don't stand on the areas. How? Huh. All right. Well, this is either about to kill Thultag and Iteb here, or it's just gonna go psst and it'll be fine. Which means that next one's about to cave in. Why is that? Cancel that. Well, they seem fine. Just immediately sealed itself off. Weird. Not sure why there's like visible boulders there. That don't make much sense to me, but like what's holding them up? It's like they're floating. The speakers on your TV blew out, so you have to connect it to some speakers to watch TV. Now, that's something I used to always have speakers connected to. Elves have arrived to trade. That's something I used to always have speakers connected to, was if I was watching TV, or back when I had a TV set up, I always had speakers connected to that TV. I don't know what to sell these guys. You know, I'm gonna just try and sell them cruddy clothing, and I'll just be careful about what we actually sell. It's because there's so much. Yeah, like I used to have a crappy TV, which I still technically own, but it lives in basement storage, and that shitty TV, I immediately plugged some other slightly less shitty speakers into. Like the TV was like $400, and the speakers were like 100 when I bought the whole setup. Because the TV speakers just sounded so piss poor. They were like offensively bad. Also, once again, if anybody wants to help the stream out directly at absolutely no cost to you, there's a link to a Reddit thread. Any interactions on that thread are helpful. I know a lot of people are like, I don't have a Reddit account, which doesn't help me. So in that case, go pester a friend who you know who has a Reddit account. Just saying. As we sit here and watch all this clothing come flying out of here. So much. So many dwarves have passed away. Alamino's ended a mandate. I'm just gonna throw this out there. My life has improved dramatically not owning a TV anymore. It's just such an eyesore. It uses up so much space. Oh, that guy who posted bad jokes and feet pics? Why would I ever call that guy? I just want somebody to interact with a Reddit thread. Not too much to ask for. Just enough to get Reddit kind of doing its own thing, you know? Well, I mean, if they're posting feed pics, obviously they've got a Reddit account. Naturally. But I'm not sure how that's relevant or, like, even remotely amusing. It might be amusing to you, but it's not funny to me. Where's my trader at? You're constructing a conglomerate block. That seems completely useless. Could you do something useful with your time? Let's go into your inventory, go into here. Forbid. There you go. Oh, now you're gonna go sleep. You didn't watch TV since you were 19, so about 14 years? I mean, I watch TV. I just don't own a TV. The channel which ran SpongeBob shut down. I mean, like, I consider, like, watching Twitch, like, watching a form of TV, right? Like, I still watch, like, I still have Netflix, and I watch Netflix and shit. I just... You know, Arrow, do you want me to just ban you in this chat and then you don't have to worry about, like, over-hurting your self-control amounts? You know? Like, just grow up for, like, 10 seconds. It's fine. You will survive. But, yeah, no, it's... When it comes to, like... The best thing I think I've done, the best two things I've done with this apartment in the last 2 years. Thing number one is just removing TV from the apartment. The second best thing that I did for this apartment was move my office into this room. But, because I used to just, like, end stream and then just, like, not necessarily watch TV, but I always had something running on the TV, and now it's like, I do so many other things in the evenings. I feel like the entire world would be in a better place if, like, TV was a less prevalent thing. But yeah, no, I've been over this with you, like, every single time you tune into the stream, Arrow. I explained to you that I really just, I don't want you to do that, you know? And you have this habit, I've never had cable in my entire life, to be clear. You have this habit of just, like, skirting around it to a point where you might as well just be doing the thing that I'm telling you blatantly not to do, right? So if you keep skirting around it, you're just going to get banned eventually because it still annoys me. Just, like, grow up and don't do the thing anymore, okay? It's that simple. It's your choice. Okay. Let's see. Can I trade with these elves? Nothing on this has wood. Perfect. Might as well do it on the PC, save money. I do it on my phone, but yeah. Phone or tablet. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I guess I never really had a comfy enough couch to veg on. Directly. Ooh, they brought berries and bayberries and peaches and apples, cherries. Sell the elves all that stuff. All right. Goblin Broker is selling the elves things. Who'da thunk it? Imposed a ban on certain exports. What's the ban? Maces? Oh, that's fine. All right, sweet. Still don't understand how that whole thing is working over there. Like, I don't know why this happens, but unless it's just like a visual bug, it's very strange to me. We're gonna dig all the way along here. And hopefully nobody gets stuck on the wrong side. Keyword there's hopefully. The thing is, though, cable isn't dead because there's still people, like, siphoning money out of their wallets into cable. And big cable companies are just turning into what a friend of mine was referring to as new cable, which is just like, oh, all of these streaming subscription services are getting more expensive and ads are starting to show up on them. Like, if I remember correctly, the reason people liked Netflix originally was it had no ads. And it was affordable. It's still affordable, but they're putting ads into it anyway now. It's like, oh, that's cool. Thanks, Netflix. It's just kind of the same for like all other streaming services now. Yes. Computers make me sad. No, I don't use Dwarf Therapist. It's kind of pointless. DF Hack has its uses, but nothing that I really need. That can get mined out. You know what? Let's just get rid of all this. And I just want to get these boulders out of here. Not super useful currently. You know what also used to have very few ads? Twitch. Just saying. Also, chat, thanks for all of the interactions. Appreciate it. You know, I remember seeing those old those episodes because we used to like get the Flintstones and like the Jetsons and all that shit from the library, like the VHSs. And my mom being like, "What is this?" For radio, etc., it's still alive, but like television, it's dying and almost dead. I mean, that's kind of like saying fast food is dying because people know it's bad for them. The sad thing about cable is it's not dying, it's just changing. The format of plugging into a cable box and watching planned programming. That is fading, but, you know, Peacock is just taking over. Instead of being called cable, it'll be called Peacock in the future, which is ostensibly the same thing. I mean, even to a degree, like, Twitch is taking over some of that market share. It's like, is Twitch TV? Debatable, I guess. I mean, no, they're still the same company. Well, I mean, I guess that's like saying that, you know, Take-Two and Rockstar are two different companies, which I guess they kind of are technically, but they are quite literally the same company with, like, different business models. One is a publisher, one's a alleged developer that makes video games sometimes, and just makes assets for Grand Theft Auto Online the rest of the time. Mostly they just make assets for Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, I mean, it still requires infrastructure. It requires a better internet connection. You know, there's still people that don't have a good enough internet connection to stream 4K video. Lots of people. It's still infrastructure. It's just a different kind of infrastructure. Nope. Failing, so I'm sad. But, you know, comes with the territory of experimenting. Yeah. I kind of figured it wouldn't. Otherwise, I feel like that would have been a more common strat. It's just something I never really thought about, and I've never bothered trying. No, they don't always have to run their own cables. They can certainly, like, just like with internet providers, you can have smaller internet providers that use other people's networks. You don't necessarily need to run their own cables. It's like my phone provider is technically on Rogers and Bell Mobile, but it's neither of those companies. There are plenty of companies in all circles like that that just use other people's infrastructure. And that's not too dissimilar. Like, sure, maybe they're not physically running cables everywhere, but it's not too much of a disconnect. So that goes down to there. So now I have to cut out this up to there. All right, well, let's just wait for that water to dry. Yeah, but okay, so I'm gonna try my best to not sound rude. You come from a very small country, a very bitty country, where it's like actually feasible for individual companies to lay their own cable. I live in Canada. Shit's far apart, dude, and it's much more expensive to let like 3 big companies team up to lay all of the networking, and then everybody else just rents it. Is generally how it works here. Because it's like, it's completely unreasonable for, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's reasonable for Shaw to run cables, like, halfway across a province. But they're not going to run it across the other half. They're going to pay Bell to do that. And then there's 4 different smaller companies that then rent space on all that cabling all the way across that, right? It's like my phone, every single time I look at it, like it says like when I'm using mobile data, it says like LTC or whatever I'm on, or 3G or 4G, depending on what network I'm on, and it says what network provider's tower I'm using at the time. It's never the same tower for more than 30 minutes. It's always like, oh, I'm now on Virgin. I'm now on Shaw. I'm now on Bell. I'm now on Rogers. I'm now back on Virgin. It's like all these different companies that have towers everywhere, and it's like I'm just on this little private company that just rents space on all of them. And like when I go down to the States, it's even more so. It's like, oh, I'm on T-Mobile now. Oh, I'm on Verizon. Oh, now I'm on. It's like it's constantly swapping from tower to tower because otherwise you'd never have reception. This little Mason has claimed a Mason shop. I used to just be on Virgin Mobile with my phone, right? And when I was on Virgin Mobile, the vast majority of the time I'd be on Virgin Towers, but every now and again it would swap over to Rogers. But usually it was on Virgin. But now that I'm on a smaller company, it's like, it's whatever it's whatever. It's literally anywhere. It's like, it constantly is changing. And it's kind of funny here, because like in the greater Vancouver area, it's like, there's three kinds of internet companies you could have. You could have TELUS, which is usually fiber lines, usually in the roads. You could have Shaw, which is coax cable, which goes through the phone line. Or you could be on one of any number of smaller internet providers that rent portions of either Shaw or TELUS's infrastructure and give you a better rate. With sometimes initial setup fees. But once you get through those initial setup fees, it's way cheaper. So this dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. 2 pieces of coal, another piece of coal, and leather. It's gonna be you're building a torch. You just need a stick. A very strange artifact construction. You know, it's kind of funny, right? Like, I'm going to PAX, and I get to meet my teammate Kiri at PAX. She's from Austria, so she's flying to PAX West. It's going to be her first time in the States, and she was talking about how, like, she's like, oh, yeah, you're quite close by, right? I'm like, oh, it's a 4.5-hour train ride, but yeah, I'm close by, I guess. It's like, technically, I'm like 2 cities over. Or 2 major cities over. But it's like, still like, it's like the distance from like the entire, like from one end of Austria to the other, if not further. They handle like 95% of all the traffic. That seems like a monopoly. Oh, lots of people's. You know, actually, you know what's funny? IR Stupid, I missed that dial-up comment. You know what's funny about that? Is there is a, he's more of a lurker. He barely ever talks in the chat. Like, he talks maybe once every 8 months in this chat. But there is somebody who works for America Online. He works for AOL. Because fucking AOL still exists. Which is insane to me that AOL still exists. One of the regulars of this stream works for America Online. And he's like, I was asking him about it once, and he was saying that the vast majority of their customer base are senior citizens that don't know that they're still paying for it. And he says it makes it a rather grueling job at times, which is really fucking sad. No, it's wild how big Canada is. It's not wild how small the UK is. The UK is not a small country. Canada's just a really big country, so my like concept of distance is warped compared to the majority of the planet. I'm actually the weird one here. That's a rare thing for me to say, but I'm actually the weird one here. Oblock the Mason has created Rungugnet Steligidos? Ditto. A lignite great, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Zulban Cloistered Kiss. I mean, like, every year, people ask me, like, hey, are you going to go to Gamescom, or are you going to go to TwitchCon EU? And every time I'm like, I have to fly across a continent and an ocean to go. Either of those. Nah, I'm good. I'll stay home. This is a lignite grate. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It's very flammable, and it is encrusted with cushioned lignite cabochons. And this object is adorned with hanging rings of bituminous coal and menaces with spikes of wombat leather. And on the item is an image of 2 8-sided long 8-sided prisms. I also just want to say, we are 3 hours into the stream, like 2 hours into long death, or not long, into long death, into this fortress, and we haven't been sieged yet. That's actually kind of weird. That is actually kind of weird. Gonna be honest. What you doing back there, Dwarf? Get out of there. This is a 2-hour fortress? No, just today. No, this is definitely not 2 hours worth of work. This is a mountain home with like... This is like a almost 20-year-old fortress now. Like, I'm fast at this game, but I'm not that fast. It's just, I'm used to this fortress getting invaded 2 times a year. We've been playing for almost an in-game year. Almost. Like, 3 seasons. We're on season 4. We started at the beginning of summer, and we're on mid-spring. Or maybe it was midsummer? Anyway, we started in summer at some point. You always get attached to your fortresses? I have a, I mean, my main fortress, which is Long Death, I've been running, we didn't really do a celebration because, to be completely honest, I forgot. I've been running it for literally 2 years as of last week. I've been playing that same fortress for 2 whole years. And it's on year 415, I think. Without losing? No. I mean, the fort hasn't been, like, destroyed yet or anything. No. Also, hey, morning. Gosh. Yawn. What's there? Nothing? Okay, we can just go around that. Who cares? It's a single-player game. Doesn't matter if you, like, load a backup or not. It doesn't matter if you dupe metal. It doesn't matter if you spawn stuff into existence with DF hack. There's no such thing as cheating in a single-player game. Especially a single-player game that's almost a god game about role-playing. Like, there's no such thing as cheating in Dwarf Fortress. It's a silly concept. It's like if it's a score attack game or something with leaderboards, then we can talk, or a multiplayer game, then we can talk about cheating. But if it's a fucking single player game, like, do whatever the hell you want. Like use DF hack and remove stress and just, like, play it like a weird builder sandbox. Like, who cares? You're not affecting my game. Don't matter. All right, you do that. A rare-based good take from Blind IRL. All right, we're gonna go up this way up to there and then cut down those two. So I guess I can do these right here. So, bang. I'm basically just trying to go around as much of this as possible so that we can then, oopsies, down to there. I'm going to dig around as much of this as possible so that I can seal it off so that we can dig around it on the level with it. Make an upstair. And a downstair. Although something I kind of think I should do after premium releases is, for a while now, I've had this feeling of... Chad, have any of you guys seen this few speedruns of Dwarf Fortress on speedrun.com? I think he might have pieced out, Xerxia. But he does that from time to time. He also streams sometimes. Like, you can just be like, oi! Pop into his channel and be like, thanks, Navy! Navy's a good dude. But there's some speedruns of Dwarf Fortress. They're usually fun %, which is just kill all 7 dwarves in record time, or dig too deep %, where you just, you know, dig down to hell in record time. And I watch that and I go, kind of slow. It's like 30 seconds from World Gen to all 7 dwarves dead. Need to see if I can beat that when premium comes out, because I think I can do it. I'm like mostly certain I can. Real time or in-game time? Real time. Yeah, let me grab you the Dwarf Fortress fun % speedrun. Dwarf Fortress fun %. Speedrun. Yeah, 35 seconds. It would literally fit in a YouTube short. I think they're cheating because they used a mouse in this. But DF hacks permitted, apparently. Like, look at how slow this dude is. Come on, like, you can go faster than that. There you go. That's fun %. That's the fun % speedrun. And I look at that and I go, man, you're so slow on the punch for the last bit. It's like, you could do better than that. Come on. Click buttons faster, you slowpoke. Oh, yeah. And in response, no, it's not really a thing. There's just a few people who've done it. Is today one of those days where I just have random sneezing fits? Fuck. Something went wrong. This tweet is not available. I think you screwed up linking that tweet. Try again. Nope. Gonna stick. The MoMA thing isn't new, though. Like, Dwarf Fortress has been in the Museum of Modern Art since, like, 2011. That's not new. Like, people know that, right? Like, people don't think that that's a new thing. I don't think. That's just a... what's it called? A featuring of an exhibit. Like, MoMA's... It's been in... like, when was it added? What's the actual date? Dwarf Fortress added to museum... Modern art. So there's an article. Here's an article about it in 2014. Mouse set takes a while to get oriented. I mean, yeah. See, like, there isn't a listing of when it was added. Oh, there it was. A gallery label from Talk to Me, Design and Communication Between Principles and Objects. Okay, so yeah, it was added in 2011. I was right. Which is why there's a bunch of, like, reviews and articles in random newspapers about Dwarf Fortress from 2011. But no, it's just like a showcasing of an exhibit. So that's not related to major announcements. It's been a thing for a while. 1, 2, 3. That's most of them. No, the telling tweet in that thread though is the when will it release though, and then sooner than you might think. That's the telling bit. If I had to call it anything that's particularly telling about that tweet, it's the sooner than you might think bit. All right, that should be enough. Let's get back to pumping. Still not sure what those boulders over there are sitting on, but what do I know? But yeah, no, it was a pretty big deal when Dwarf Fortress was added to the Museum of Modern Art because it was added at the same time as EVE Online. It's like EVE Online, QWOP, and Dwarf Fortress were all added to the Museum of Modern Art at like the same time. And that whole exhibit, I'm not a museum person. I don't know like what, I don't belong at a museum. I don't know what the right verbiage is, but that collection, I guess, just happens to have Dwarf Fortress as like the poster child for it. Because I think it's like the most immediately interesting to people who know nothing about video games because of how weird it is. Whereas QWOP just looks like a Flash game because it is a Flash game. But, you know, Bennett Foddy has 2 games in the Museum of Modern Art. It's QWOP and Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. So when I showed about how Getting Over It is art, you guys have to agree with me that Getting Over It is in fact art. Because, damn it, it's art. Whether you agree with me or not, it's art. Which also means, like, if Tarn and Zach both die in a horrible accident and, like, their computers are lost, and all the servers go down for Dwarf Fortress, there is hard copies of every single version of Dwarf Fortress kept in archive in the Museum of Modern Art. Yes, Quap is Bennett Foddy. Quap is, in fact, Bennett Foddy. So's Ape Out, actually. That explains so much. Both of these games were made by an asinine human being who I hate. Bah! Fuck you, Bennett Foddy. No, Bennett Foddy's amazing. I mean, so does Bay 12. I mean, like, if installing every single version of Dwarf Fortress is not that much memory. It's like a couple gigs. One of my favorite facts, actually, is did you know that you can download your own personal backup of Wikipedia? I'm slowly building a server, and I actually bought 2 hard drives not too long ago, but I'm slowly building a server. When I build a server, one of the things I want to do is I want to keep my own personal backup of Wikipedia. For no other reason than to just have a backup of Wikipedia. It's like 200 gigs. Yeah, it's like nothing. It's like, fuck yeah, I'll absolutely download a backup of Wikipedia. It's like previous generations, like, hoarded boxes and kept random, like, wrappers and refused to throw things out. My generation backs up Wikipedia. First step to being a digital Doom prepper? I mean, sometimes I just want to read Wikipedia without actually, like, going on the internet. There's nothing about being a Doom prepper. Besides, I already beat Doom. It's not that bad. Why would I need to prep for that? Bad joke, I know, but you get it. Come on. Data hoard these nuts. Data hoarding? Yep. Data hoarding is, like, a serious problem. I'm not a data hoarder, though. I delete stuff all the time. It drives my dad nuts. My dad's a data hoarder. It's basically people who refuse to delete anything. Or throw away hard drives. My dad has so many, like, random old hard drives with a kind of, like, important shit on them in a lot of cases. Why is that not solidified yet? Interesting. It's just evaporating. Now that would be a fun thing to have a personal backup of, is your own data, is your own DNA structures. That would be kind of neat. That might actually convince me to get a 23andMe done. What, publish your DNA? Is that just like a really nice way of saying that you got like almost got arrested for like flashing in public? Because that's how that reads to my stupid brain and sense of humor. You paid for it? Okay. It's like, I publish my DNA all the time. Everywhere. All over public parks. What are you talking about? No, I don't. Please don't send me to prison. I'm kind of confused as to why this is not... I guess it's just not pumping enough water? trying to also schedule a podcast episode in the background right now. This seems like actual reading. Do you have a TLDR on that one? Without me having to click on it? I'm very confused as to why that lava isn't solidifying. Like, it's still trying, it's just not. It's bizarre. This dwarf is gonna be ripped by the time this is done. Oh, now he's getting thirsty. he's getting restless. All right, go take a break, dude. Go take a break, you. All right, well, we'll just let that flow a little more. I guess it's just not dumping enough water in there. Huh, I don't think I've ever managed that. I mean, it's probably then selling it to, it's probably better than giving it to for-profit companies. Well, the cure for the cure for human stupidity is not on the internet, so. It's just like, it's kind of bouncing off what Aqua said a couple minutes ago. It's like public access to large libraries wouldn't exist without public libraries, right? So I think that that's a portal to hell. I'm like 99% certain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to very carefully dig up to the edge of it. And then we're going to smooth and fortify it and peek through, see what's on the other side. But currently game is saving, so I can't actually do anything until game's done saving. Also, thanks for the other coffee, because 2 people bought me coffees today. Thanks for the second person who bought me coffee. It almost seems like it's a play on it. Aqua. You know, it's LiveJournal. I wouldn't ask too many questions. To be totally fair. I would not ask too many questions in regards to that. I'll try and catch up with the streams another time. Well, I'll be back on Tuesday. I do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday streams, but on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, we stream way too many hours. So if you tune in on any of those hours, you'll probably encounter me. On any of those days, you'll probably encounter me, unless you happen to be in the exact opposite time zone. Yay, Cole fell into depression. That's good. It's an old-ass domain name. There's a lot of old-ass domain names out there. All right. So, this is all sealed up now. So now we just wait for that stuff to dry. And then we can cut off one half of it. While that dries up, let's move over here and work on the tower. Because more blocks have made their ways over here, which is pretty good. Well, I a really awkward setup here, don't I? Congrats. You will now win another round of internet trivia. You know, honestly, I'd be afraid to play internet trivia against Aqua. Although I have a feeling that like if there was like a pub trivia and the theme was internet history, this chat would just win. I would lose, but unless it was like history of video games, then I might have a chance. But in general, internet history, nah, I'd get wrecked. All right, not bad. Going around in circles. We've got a copper helm that went missing because Solon Pungsquishat, the mischievous ghost, seems to have stolen it. The ghostly miner. Let's also pull that lever and this lever, and we can start melting down all that armor. Fly back over here and keep working on this tower. It's like, oh, never mind. Not gonna work on that tower because a vile force of darkness has arrived. Would you look at that? What's that? A troll's a spear troll. They've sent us a spear troll. It's a spear troll moment in our lives. He's got an engraved copper helm, which has got an image of a tetrahedral tetrahedra. The curse of entering a goblin civilization. I haven't seen too many sieges from them. Well, that's fun. All right, let's back all these dwarves back into the fort and slam that. And slam that. Chat, I need a big round of beers for all of these baddies that are about to die. About to die. Yeah, that's a sentence I just said. Let's see how big the siege is. First thing you hear is a vile force of darkness has arrived. I'm like, hi, change me. I hope you're doing well. Hey, fight attack. I wonder if they're led by that troll. Look at that. Guys, the fort is that way. Why are you going up? It's like half of the squad, this baddie squad is like taking bad directions. Yeah, you got gifted a sub. You can post beer now. You can, in fact, do that. Also, you know, because it is September. If you've never subbed normally to the channel and only ever been gifted subs, or if you've never subbed to the channel before, you can get discounts currently because it is Twitch's arbitrary discount month, where they give you arbitrary discounts that are never really that good. But they're still discounts. Guys, the fort's in the other direction. I'm like really worried right now that like there's something outside that's gonna die out of nowhere. Hey, Breeskill. Like, these guys are going in the right direction. These guys not so much. Oh, now they're turning around. Maybe they're going after a wombat or something. That won't give you a number that won't bankrupt you? 45,000. That, or what I should say is the number of viewers I have right now plus 3 zeros. But that could actually be a fun minigame. You invest the number of viewers I have plus 3 zeros. Hopefully I don't get raided by Quill18. Because that would bankrupt you. I might just murk this Goblin Squad. Oh no, exactly. Oh hey, they've all turned around. I guess they're just taking a roundabout route. Strange. Oh. Oh, that's the problem. I understand what they're going for now. They're going for Farana, who somehow ended up not in the fort. Well, okay. So, chat, we're going to do our damnedest to rescue this dwarf. You know what? No, I don't think I'll be able to. I don't think I'll be able to, unless, like, a miracle happens. Unless this dwarf is really good at dodging. Yep. No. Okay. Sorry. Orana. They did do a pretty effective job of just surrounding that dwarf. You were a good mason, dwarf. It's my own fault, truly. Wah, 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 wah. Got killed by yeah, pretty much. How big of a siege is this? Pretty standard. 141. It's like 120, 130. Type in exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, Renee. Diamond just has a ludicrously large number, so I can make Diamond invest large amounts. But it's too late now. It's over. We'll see if Diamond won. There you go. I didn't bankrupt you. Good win, Taylor. Alright, so these goblins are all running in. Followed by beak dogs and trolls, and then those two squads back there. I might still need to fight. Which I kind of don't want to do. Yeah, I think we're going to need to fight. So, I'm just going to put my squads right here. Just going to make sure that the dwarves don't go running out. Because those first few goblins, I think, are going to make it to the end of the hallway before the last ones are in. It failed. Here. It failed. They crumble. But we're making pretty good progress as far as, they're killing a wombat. We are making pretty good progress as far as, mining more adamantino. It was a fun idea. It was a fun idea. I kind of figured that's what would happen, because it's such a simple idea that it would makes sense that the people have tried it. It's just not something I personally had tried. So it's like, I needed to know kind of thing. But now I know, and I was disappointed. I'm still trying to figure out what I should do with that PAX panel footage that's going to pop up tomorrow. I think I might do two things. I might just record the whole panel, cut out a few highlights, and then upload the whole thing raw, unlisted. I think that's what I'm going to do. Just upload the whole thing raw, but keep it unlisted. And then just cut together some highlights like I usually do. Because PAX doesn't really archive their panels on YouTube or anything, I don't think. They've been really bad about that in the past. All right, so the dwarves cream their way through that first few groups. And then we make the rest of them back up. You find them great after you're coming back to DF after a few years away. Provide context. I feel like I could do better about providing context. All right, we're going to... Whoops, that's not where I wanted to jump to. We're going to pull this lever. Fly up here. Pull that lever. This is such a small siege. I'm used to sieges being like 4 times the size of this. Okay, my elfin mayor is running up top. I'm just going to pull the top lever, which is going to lock that door. And we just saved this goblin's life, little did they know. And then everybody's favorite dwarf stone is going to run over and pull the other lever. And bonk. I mean, honestly, my biggest goal with those videos is to just not get accused of clickbait. Whee! What a bad place for that to land. Gosh. Okay. Because I know how much people dislike clickbait, and it's really hard to, like, make content on YouTube without getting accused of being clickbait right now. Because the way people do clickbait these days is they do, like, what I've seen referred to as literal clickbait, where it's like, it's not actually clickbait because you're not deceiving anybody. You just put in the title the thing. You spoil the video with the title, essentially. You just, like, say the most important thing about the video in the title, even if that most important thing is a very brief point. Which is kind of a funny way of doing things, in my opinion. And these goblins have seen better days. I'm thinking that troll's in charge of this squad. There's usually a leader, a designated leader, and usually if they die, the whole squad just vanishes, which is kind of funny because sometimes they'll just like kill one goblin and the rest will just book it. I think that troll might be the one in charge because they were one of the first people in on the map. Nina. This one. Although something that I think is extremely flattering is I've had a few people over the past couple months be like, this is my favorite show on YouTube. And the concept of my, I don't know, my nattering on about Dwarf Fortress being a show is very amusing to me. It's like, yeah, I guess it does kind of fit that definition. It's just funny. I find it amusing. Well, now we just wait for this to burn up the rest of these and then We can go back to what we were doing previously. Oh, there we go. Siege is over. Sweet! Although most of this currently is just these dwarves hauling these bodies out. Let's actually just dump all this, I think. Oopsies. And remove dump for that, because I don't need to dump those. And... although, as doubtful as I've been as of late, I do really hope we get a release date tomorrow. That would, in fact, be really nice. It would be really cool if they do, like, you know, a standard PAX showcase demo type deal. And then at the very end, they're like, oh, also, and then they show a trailer. That's really what I hope that they do. That would be a 10 out of 10 day kind of deal. And boom, done. So now that that's all done, we can pull this lever. Let's set it to do it now. And drain the lava out the side. And this will just fill itself back up. That lever's been pulled. Sweet. And then we can pull this one. Oh, hey, it's gardening day. We're weed whacking outside. And this does my favorite part of this trap, which is opens the drain. Wow, that was a lot of blood. I don't know if you guys saw that, but... fun fact about Dwarf Fortress. Corpses explode after they're heated. So if you superheat a corpse, it bursts and then their lava boil, or their blood boils off. Very obvious with the trolls because it's blue, like that. Right there. There's another one. Which is, you know, one of my favorite little tidbits about Dwarf Fortress. Suddenly my entire apartment smells like cut grass. Well, that's fun. Worst things it could smell like in here. Alright, well, I will just let those do their things and let all that stuff burn off. There's still any invaders on the map. There's 2, really. And they're both leaving pretty rapidly. Alright. Well, I'm just going to let these dwarves finish dumping off all these items. You know what? Let's actually just forbid everything along here. Wait for the dwarves to kind of get out a little bit, and then we'll just burn the stuff that's down at the bottom here. It's less important. Yeah, this will be quicker. Pull that lever briefly, and pull it again. Just need a dwarf to come over here and pull it. Give it a yoink. Then we won't have to worry about throwing all this stuff away as much. I don't know, though. I will say that the next release that I'm looking forward to very, very, very heavily is just Gloomwood. Very, very, very excited for Gloomwood. But I think that that's mostly just because I've wanted a new Thief ever since I played Thief 2 back in the day. And ever since I played Thief 2, I was like, man, what if they just made another one of these? These are great. And Gloomwood looks like the closest thing we're gonna get to Thief for a very long time. That's actually like a good Thief. Yep, Lava Corridor is in fact working very well, Phil and Phil. How are you? Good to see you. 'Tis the day before I leave for PAX. All right, let's close that again, please. We don't need to flow all of this lava down here. This is just like, you know, when a factory just like dumps toxic waste into the local water supply? That's essentially how I feel about us doing this and just dumping the lava out the back door. It's just like, on Earth, you destroy a whole town's water supply by throwing toxic sludge into it. In Dwarf Fortress, you ruin a forest by dumping lava out the back door because, you know, it was there. All right, let's go back down to the Magma Sea and get back to what we were doing. And continue working our way into this. So this is going to be a little bit of a slow process, but that's fine. It's going to take the dwarves a moment to get down here. But then we should be able to just mine through the initial chunk of this, smooth into some of it. Actually, you know what? Let's also mine into here. Almost a whole smoked sausage. Everybody's eating sausage today. You're the third person today who's like, I'm eating sausage. I'm just like, wow, I want a sausage. I haven't had a sausage since I went camping in September. Or no, not September. July. Duh, it's September now. I haven't had a sausage since July when I went camping. There's a little cured meats and sausage place close to a spot that I like to go camping. It's very good. So all this, we can just mine out. We're just going to hoard that raw adamantine, actually, for artifacts and such. All right, so I'm going to smooth both of those. We're also going to mine out all of that. So now let's see if this is a portal to hell. Bet it is. I bet it is. So I got to smooth those and then fortify them. And we can get a nice little look behind them. We'll get to find out if that is in fact a portal to hell. Chat, anybody here want to see how to safely dig a portal to hell? We are very lurky right now, so if you're lurking in the channel, can I get a round of beers? Just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. It's been about 10 minutes. Only Phil and Phil said stuff. So, personal rule. Gotta ask for a round of beers. It's been about 10 minutes. Gotta keep that chat moving. At least a little bit. Even if it's artificially. Otherwise, you know, stream dies. People stop talking. People stop watching. People tune out. Usually goes that way. I have a feeling this is going to continue to be a problem up until premium releases, and then it'll be fine for a bit, and then it'll become a problem again. But, you know, that's the territory of the business. All right, where the hell are my engravers? Get down here and smooth the goddamn rock. Dwarves. And of course, if anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fortress or the fort or what the hell I'm doing, give me a shout. While we take a very careful, close look. inside of this potential nightmare factory. Let's peek. And is it? It is not. Okay. We are safe. It is, in fact, not a portal to hell. This one was fake. A Sicilian sausage? Ooh. I can tell you for a fact, I've had Sicilian sausage before. Good kind of sausage. How much of an FPS drop am I expecting? Breaking into hell doesn't hurt your FPS at all. Hasn't hurt your FPS since like 2015. So 0 when I break into hell. But there isn't one here, so it's in another spire, and there's a lot of spires. So could be that one. Could be any number of them. Which also means I can continue to mine through this one, which is great. And we've already mined out, what, 1, 2, 3. Well, we're on the 3rd layer of it now, I guess. But Dwarf Fortress runs a lot better than a lot of people give it credit for. Because the game has them loaded in the background. They're hidden, but they're there. You really like how it feels to eat? It's like you're eating a smoked sausage-flavored shoe? I've never eaten a shoe, so I wouldn't have any basis for comparison of eating a shoe. So, cannot relate. I realize that might be kind of a strange concept, but having never eaten a shoe before, I've drank beer out of a shoe, but that just tastes like stingy beer. That doesn't, or dingy beer. That doesn't really taste like a shoe. Although, not that I would know, because I've never eaten a shoe. So, how many shoes have you eaten in your life? Do you have a balanced palate for shoe flavor palettes? Because, like, you know, you got to eat some Adidas. You got to eat some, like, nice leather boots. You got to get some dress shoes in you. You got to, you know, nibble on a few, I don't know, high heels. Maybe some platforms. Otherwise, how can you truly say that something tastes like a shoe? That just went down the wrong pipe. All right, let's do this and that. DF Steam win. To quote Kitfox, sooner than you might think. Also, be careful with that combo in chats that aren't mine, by the way. People might get the wrong idea with it. I think it's hilarious, but I've had some people point out to me, they're like, you might get in trouble with that one. I was like, yeah, well, if it happens, it happens. If Twitch deletes my Dwarf with a gun, I mean, I'll live. I will live. I've lived through worse, after all. How you doing, Haas? How's things, mate? Where the hell did my marble blocks go? I had a bunch. There. Doesn't matter for the last one. Use the die right in the zone. I mean, just like gun with anything pretty much, but yeah. For a change, you're cold, but you got your warm sweater on, your wool sweater on? Wait, what, how cold is it there? It's like 32 Celsius outside right now here. It's ridiculous. Canada needs to calm the fuck down and cool the fuck down. It felt like eating a shoe. Okay, so you've made a very appetizing sounding sausage sound incredibly unappetizing though. 7C? Oh man. Oh man, I'm jealous. Lovely. Lovely, 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 lovely. I wish we could have such nice weather. I mean, what is the I was looking at the forecast for Seattle because I'm going down, like I'm going to PAX, right? PAX is literally it's supposed to be like 25C and partly cloudy every day, and I'm ecstatic. Yeah, it's literally supposed to be like 25C and partly cloudy. What's the weather for here? Yeah, today it's supposed to hit 32, tomorrow it's supposed to be 28, and the day after it's supposed to be pelting rain. But because it's nighttime, still though, we don't get blessed with weather that cool even at nighttime. What is this dwarf doing? Constructing building by standing stationary? An awfully strange way to construct a building. I don't know what this dwarf is doing. What Reg here is doing. I mean, to me, my flavor palette translates that into old sausages, which is not an appetizing thing at all for anything. So, I don't know. Maybe it's appetizing to you, but I'll pass. Thanks. I don't like dry sausages unless they're cooked. That's also as windy as fuckmentations? Fuckmentations? What's that? What? Out there, so you're taking freeze damage and the instant you step outside. You step outside and it's just like, minus 10 debuff to sanity, taking cold damage. Possible to move, can't walk, slowing down, cold debuff, minus 5. Losing sanity, send help. I get this notification chat, right? So sick of streamer/tuber adverts in my subs. Blocked. Unavailable. Thumbs up. What's funny is I know that dude. He used to come by this channel all the time. I recognize that username. That's hilarious. Unfortunately, it's permitted. NPC damage sound doc MP3. Well, that's unfortunate. But yeah, that makes sense. Wind chill's brutal. There was one winter when I was still commuting on the night shift, and I had a changeover on Sundays, so I had to stop at one bus stop, wait for about 40 minutes, and then get off at the next bus stop. Apparently I can make cheese. We should milk animals and make cheese. Anyway, there was a while where I had a rather long bus stop. And one of the best parts about that bus stop was there was like no wind protection, and it was like right next to a very large parking lot. And then out of fucking nowhere, we'd just get these massive, like, skin-splittingly cold gusts of wind. And usually when that would start, I would just like leave the bus stop because it was a rather large changeover. It was like a 30-minute wait for the bus. And I would walk into the gas station that was right behind it. I just kind of stand inside. And after about a couple minutes, the gas station guy would be like, "No loitering, you have to leave." And I'd be like, "Dude, it's 4 degrees outside and it's like -12 with wind chill. Have some fucking mercy, man." They'd be like, "Nah, man, you gotta leave." I'd be like, "Fuck." Go back, sit outside in the cold and pout. It's like I'm literally waiting for this unsheltered bus stop in the winter. Or late fall, I guess, at that point. Otherwise, it would have been colder. I think I need to let this dwarf out. Oh, never mind. You made it out. There you go. No loitering. Yeah, right? No not dying. Loitering IRL. I mean, I used to actually I used to get booted from places for loitering all the time. Actually, I went to Seattle, not for PAX. I went down to Seattle to help a friend of mine move a couple of years ago. And while I was in Seattle, I had to wait because my bus arrived at like 11 and my friend didn't get off work until like 2. And then I crashed there for the night and I went back the next day. And while I was down there and waiting for him to get off work, I was just hanging around in a Starbucks. But I wasn't inside because I don't generally like sitting around inside of coffee shops. I like hanging around outside of coffee shops usually. So I was just sitting in this Starbucks, like or outside of the Starbucks on my phone, like next to a Rubbermaid container because I was going to help him move shit, right? So I had this container and I was just sitting there. And this guy comes up to me and says, "No homeless, no loitering." I'm just like, dude, one, it's a coffee shop. 2, I've been here for like 20 minutes. So I don't know. I'm like weirdly used to getting booted out of places for loitering. It's happened to me many times. I think it's the long hair and the fact that I don't have any really nice looking jackets or anything. So I always am just wearing like, especially if it's like winter, I'm always wearing like some like ratty jacket that I got super cheap at like a thrift shop. It's always kind of just been my aesthetic. So the result of that is people just, you know, boot me out of places, I guess. It's always been kind of amusing to me. All right, let's see if I can just like direct this water in the right-ish direction, because I need it over there. Some of it can go this way, but I don't want to flood it, so I have to be careful. Well, actually, okay, so I have my winter jacket is like this triple layer thick, completely waterproof, wool-lined jacket that's like 2 sizes too big for me. It has a sewn-in gun holster on the inside. It's like which is weird for Canada. So it has a sewn-in gun holster on the inside, for one thing. I usually like put a phone in it or something, or my wallet in it. But it looks like a handgun shape, which is weird for Canada. It's got a zipper secret pocket on the side. Definitely been used for sketchy shit. And it's covered in like weird brown stains that look like coffee stains, kind of. But it's so fucking warm. And it cost me like $4.99. So it's like, I bought this. This is like a $500 jacket. Easy. And I bought it for $5. ugliest fucking thing you've ever seen. I've put stain remover on it. I've washed it. I've soaked it. I've done everything. I've bleached it. I've done everything that you could possibly think to remove those stains. They're not coming out. So it's just got these shit brown colored stains all over it. And every time my mom sees it, she like threatens to throw it out. She's just like, you know, one of these days I'm just going to confiscate that jacket and throw it out. I'm like, no, you fucking won't. Sweet. So now that we've done that, that last boulder's coming down. I will seal this off, and then we'll dump more water in. We'll see if we can get rid of some more of this lava around the edge. Could get some textile paint. I never actually thought about that. That's not a bad idea. I guess I'm just on this like never-ending quest to not get rid of that jacket and defend it from my mother, because she is very serious about wanting to throw that jacket away. Meanwhile, I'm very serious about not throwing that jacket away because it's a nice jacket. But that's actually not a bad idea. I didn't really think about that. Yeah, they do make fabric paint, don't they? Artifact jacket, literally. It's your white whale. I don't know if I'd go that far. It's a weaver. A dwarf throwing a tantrum. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf named after them, you don't need to be subbed or anything. You just need to ask nicely. You are? Okay, you already finished. That was a short tantrum. You don't want Cole, though. He's constantly in prison. I've got some of everything. We got a lot of soldiers and various other jobs. Speaking of, I'm going to get the military dwarves training again. You'd like one? Any particular job? Or is it just pick one at random, Greg? Which I can do. Reminds you of seeing fabric dye kits at an art supply shop. Oh yeah, they make those. Apparently they're designed so that you put them on in a washing machine with the shirt you want dyed and run it. That sounds like a really good way to... I'd be paranoid of like putting anything else in the washing machine after that. Cheesemaker? I don't think I have a cheesemaker. I might. I know, like, all of my cooks and brewers have cheese making as setup jobs. Don't generally have cheese makers, which is a problem. Because I don't ever make enough cheese in a fort. Does this one have cheesemaker assigned? I'm gonna assign it. Now you do. Military dwarves do in fact get the most spotlight, yeah. Although the military dwarves in this fort, a lot of them have like ridiculously large numbers of kills. Like random dwarf, 46 kills. So I don't know. If you want to be somebody super notable, yeah, military's probably your best bet. Okay, wait. What am I waiting for? Wait for biting demonstration? Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of wrestling, right? We have adamantine swords, but here's how to take a bite out of crown. Well, I mean, miscellaneous object training is my favorite skill that they teach dwarves. Crystal glass window and dining room. Sorry, Queenie, you're not getting that. Maces, though? I can do that. Mace. 2. Also that boulder's probably installed. But yeah, if you want a military dwarf, just show. But as far as cheesemaker, because I don't have a cheesemaker, I will just give you pure random. So I will just hold up, close my eyes, and be like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Doc. Okay. You shed grated Parmesan. Grated Parmesan cheese. He was enraptured after communing with Imaz, the defensive, and was interested after watching performance. A less popular god. You're also married, and your wife isn't in the fort. You must have not gotten along very well. You do have a lover who's in the fort. Or actually, no. You have a lover who's another one of my dwarves who's not in the fort, who's probably from one of my previous forts. Same with all these other dwarves. These are all other dwarves from another fort that have never been in this fort. So this dwarf has actually been around like the hierarchy of this world for a while, because I've done many forts in this world. As for your deities, you worship all of the deities. You worship Imaz, a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with laws. These are all deities from a different faction, actually, the Crimson Pulley, which was a faction I played a whole bunch of. I played like 6 forts in before I started playing with this one. You also worship Stool, which is takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with Victory War and fortresses. You worship Dellard Diamondcrest the Mountainous, who's associated with mountains. You worship Aulon Ivoryton, a female dwarf associated with jewels. You worship Limul of the Crimson Pulley, who's a female dwarf associated with minerals. And you worship the Stoksul, who takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with crafts and metals. And of course, last but not least, the Birth of Yearlings, a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with creation, birth, rebirth, and death. Back on the job site, no more nagging wife. Yeah, true. You've killed, oh, interesting. This is a detail. Hotbeards. So, Hotbeards, I will come back to this dwarf in a sec. Hotbeards is, I think, a fan favorite, actually. That was a fortress that I built that literally had water cannons. And now I can't find it. There it is. It was too far south. Hotbeards is, because you appear to be from Hotbeards. There's Hotbeards. Currently has a population of 6,000, or 600, not 6,000. My brain added an extra 0 to that. Yeah, that's my fort. Those are all books and artifacts that we wrote and stole. This fortress was pretty legendary, actually. There's, the whole playthrough is up on YouTube in places. But pretty legendary setup, I say. Just pick one randomly? Okay, we can pick one randomly for you after. But let's jump back to that doctor right quick. Get the actual description. Currently, you're meditating on war. Fitting thoughts for a doctor. 149 years old, born on the 3rd of Obsidian in the year 83. He has a recessed chin and he has long sideburns that are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven, and his heliotrope eyes have large irises. His nose is narrow, and his lips are very thin, and his ears are somewhat splayed out, and his hair is white with a touch of gray, and his skin is dark peach. He likes claystone, late pewter, and goshenite, and the color brass. Short swords and cages and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. And the words of the lacy velvet and the sound of the Corellian silkiness. It's interesting. I'm hearing all of these terms and like names and things that I haven't seen in a while because I've been playing a different faction. And when possible, prefers to consume giant hippo, purple amaranth beer, and donkey's milk, and can't stand flies. Skin's dark peach, which is very common in that faction, because dwarven genetics are strong. Personally respects perseverance and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and dreams of mastering a skill. Lives at a high energy kinetic pace and is a perfectionist, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He has a sense of duty, and he tends to think before acting. And he he's quick to form negative views about things and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he is a hardened individual. Hotbeards, yeah. Yeah, no, I did a bunch of streams of Hotbeards. Hotbeards got a little slow towards the end and got a little bit laggy in places. But yeah, I had like, if I'm remembering Hotbeards correctly, it was like this really deep canyon with like a big ass, like the biggest possible river size in the middle with a bridge over top of it. And I'd make the goblins walk along like the side of the river and we'd blast them with water cannons. It was pretty great. And then you just want a random dwarf, which I can do. Holding the up arrow until we get a random dwarf. So I'm just going to hover away from the screen so I can't see it. Let's go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, let's go one further down. Sure. You can be this Iton the poet. Deutschland, I think is how you say that. I'm probably butchering that, but let's see. Any interesting thoughts here? Your lover is another poet who's also in the fort. I think that you came from a musician group that joined the fort. You worship a deity of the Book of Conjurers, a dwarven faction I haven't played. And you most often take the form of who most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with victory, war, and fortresses. You are satisfied at work and delighted upon remembering a performance. He is the son of Mozos Page Lash and Tholtig Worklance and is romantically involved with Dakost and an ardent worshiper of Isra. His hair is extremely long and his somewhat narrow amethyst eyes are bulging. He has tall ears, are very flattened, and his lips are very thick. He has quite dense eyebrows that are low, and he has a broad chin, and his hair is gray with a touch of pumpkin. Whenever I see the color referred to as pumpkin, it's like, I know it's like a reddy orange. That's a weird color. Anyway, with a touch of pumpkin, and his skin is dark brown. He likes olivine, rose gold, and pyrite, rammy fabric, and the colored pale brown. Bolts and quivers and windows and bracelets and splints and geese for their formation flying. And the words of the Tenebris meditation and the sound of the future metal. And when possible prefers to consume white stork, rye beer, and hates snails. Is there a typo in there? Not bad. Ereschlund. I got it right that time. Thanks for pointing that out. Likes olivine, rose gold, pyrite, rami fabric. Yes, already read that. Personally, thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, and is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Respects development of a skill and values honesty and doesn't really value merrymaking and doesn't really value loyalty. Dreams of raising a family. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations and is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Though he wishes this were not the case, as he considers altruism foolish. And he finds humor in most situations. And he rarely develops negative feelings towards things and is pleased by his own appearance and talents and has a calm demeanor. Shoutouts to Anonymous. Thank you very much. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and has a very calm demeanor, and he tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is slow to trust others and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and doesn't often feel envious of others. He could be considered rude and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He is distracted from conversation. He is distracted from conversations when he's trying to remember something. That's an interesting one. I don't think I've seen that before. He's distracted from conversations easily when he's trying to remember something. He has a habit of licking his lips when he's thinking hard and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Well, that's interesting. Neat little bits. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, courtesy of Anonymous. Cheers. I keep getting notifications from Twitch. Twitch has now sent me 4 notifications that September is starting. Thanks, Twitch. 1, I already knew that. 2, come on. How's the fort going? Pretty good. Pretty good. Fought off a Forgotten Beast, a Siege. Okay, that one's on a layer that I don't need to worry about. Fought a Forgotten Beast, a Siege. We're mining Adamantine. We're kind of scouting where we'll be able to fight with Hell eventually, which is kind of becoming the long-term plan for this fort. So pretty good, Jack Rick. Pretty good, I would say. But we're currently pumping water. Sorry about the random vigorous typing. I'm trying to organize a podcast in the background right now. But in regards to the pumping water, we're pumping water down and around these adamantine spires to mine out more of them more consistently. Because it turns out it's a, rather tricky task to mine out the vast majority of them, because you run out of stuff that you can reach without just like lava getting in the way pretty quick usually. So we're trying to get around it and seal off as much of it as we can. So now when your current D&D campaign ended, you need to find a new one, and you really want to find some Russian folks to play with, but it's really hard. And when I find any, it dies without even starting. Why Russian specifically? Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, Jar. If anybody cares. Diamond, you can invest now. Yeah, I don't know. It's I have a hard enough time. Oh, because you're Russian, really? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like is there like any Russian equivalents of like looking for group websites? There's got to be. I mean, like, I know at the very least around here, people, like, there's various Discords. Oh, jeez. I screwed up. I screwed up. All right, you stop. Like, why is this not working? Well, it's because I got it one tile too far off. I'm smart. But yeah, I don't know. Nobody wants to take you, and how I said it dies without even the friends. Yeah, I don't know. I am not a person who knows anything about looking for group with D&D stuff because I'm not a huge fan of D&D in general. It's just not something that's ever really worked for me, to be honest. Not a pastime or hobby I've ever gotten into. Let's just make sure that... Did other stone... I need... that's what I need. Raw adamantine. Need that stuff to get put away. Pen and paper in general. I mean, like, I've played Pathfinder and I've played D&D. Several different versions of it with various groups in the past. It's not something I've ever really enjoyed. So it's not something I've ever really seeked out. I was part of various groups through various friend groups in the past, mostly through my ex, and it wasn't... I mean, I played it more, actually, when I was really young. I had these two friends who were brothers who were way into that. So two of my best friends growing up were very heavily into D&D. We also played, like, Warhammer and stuff. It was all right. It's just... I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that it's not really my aesthetic. It's not something that I enjoy. And stone has been possessed. I'm going to follow stone. Let's see what stone goes and makes. Going up. You did, in fact, missed it. Yep. Worst Yorick EU. Haven't seen you in a while. It's been a long time. Damn, dude. Like a very long time. Like a really, really long time. What's up, man? How you been? You used to watching like the RimWorld or maybe even the Roller Coaster Tycoon days. The old school era of this channel. Is our hospital understocked? What the fuck's happening? Oh wow, we are understocked. I really need to just build a better hospital. Oops, missed you. You've just got this T-Rex. Well, I mean... Also, Hazaza, thanks for gifting a sub to Worst Yorick EU, who's a very much a stream OG. How have I been? God, I don't know. I'm type 1 diabetic. I'm apparently bipolar, and my girlfriend left me, but I'm doing all right. That's like the last 4 years of my life. I don't know. I'm still doing this full time. That's pretty cool. Been camping a lot. It's been nice. Still go to a lot of metal shows. I still drink too much coffee. Stream's pretty much the same. A lot of the same people still watch. Now, someone is tantruming. Nobody died, though, so it's fine. This dwarf is missing an arm, which is really neat. Has become more mainstream in the last years and you hear negative experiences more often. Well, I mean, most of my negative experiences are like pre-2010. So like pre-Critical Role and like D&D getting bigger. The vast majority of the D&D I played was when I was like still in high school. So like back when it was still shit for nerds. Then I played some D&D post that with similar groups of people that had been playing for a very long time. So it's not because of like D&D becoming more popular that I encountered issues. I encountered issues because like I've kind of come to terms with the fact that it's not tabletop RPGs, it's me. If that makes any sense. Because, like, in theory, I should love tabletop RPGs, right? I love Dwarf Fortress, which is essentially just playing like D&D with yourself. I love traditional roguelikes, which also kind of often have that same kind of vibe. And I love a lot of things that on paper is like, oh, well, this is very similar, right? But the problem that I have is when I actually, like, sit down to play, I just don't want to play with people. No, I think out of all of the rule sets I used, I liked Pathfinder or Dungeon World the most. Dungeon World was neat. We had some fun. I had some fun with the last crew that I played with Dungeon World, which was like 2016, 2017 with my ex and her crew. That was fun. I enjoyed that to a degree, but still not enough that I'd want to do it again. And it was fun because it removed all of, like, the crappy rules and leveling and bullshit and just replaced it all with, like, interesting conversation mechanics, which was fun. Like, all of the rules in that setup were designed to, like, make you talk and make the group talk and make you communicate. And that was interesting. Actually playing D&D, however, So, yo, Rick, what have you been up to over the past, like, however long? One that's powered by the apocalypse. Yes, it's a, air quotes, hack of something else. It's like a hack of Dungeon. It's a rewrite of Dungeon Land, which is a combination of two things. It uses 2 6-sided dice for all of your dice rolls, and you pick the higher one. It's interesting. I don't know. It's a... I'm not versed in the right words to explain exactly what it is, but it was all based on, like, conversation mechanics, and all of your perks were just, like, different questions that you can ask the DM to make them elaborate more. It seemed like a game that would be hard to DM, that would require a lot of on-the-spot improvising and creativity. But, I don't know. That was, like, the most entertained I've ever been by a tabletop rule set. But still bored out of my mind. Follow you. You dislike D&D very strongly, much prefer other systems. Your experience... I just use D&D as like the catch-all term, though, which is, I guess, probably about as annoying to some people as other people calling everything a roguelike, but... Your first tabletop RPG was actually made up of a bunch of people from an old DFIRC channel? Fair enough. Are you the only person who doesn't have a sub? No, because you're right below somebody who doesn't have a sub. Lots of people don't have subs. In fact, I can tell you only about 20% of the people watching this stream right now have a sub. Because I have a stat thingy that tells me that. There's been a couple times in the past few days where I've practically had to do that. Now that's a name I have not heard in a long, long time. He knows? I knows lots of things. He knows when you are lurking. He knows when you're AFK. I don't know. He knows if you've been banned or not, so be good for chatter's sake. I don't know where I'm going with this. I should probably stop this bit before it goes too far. All right. Did we construct that wall yet, game? Let's see. I wonder if we're just too far down. Or if it's because of that. Actually, that's probably what it is. That is probably what it is. Yeah, it's just we've hit the literal bottom. All right, well. Let's quit pumping this, and we'll worry about it later, I suppose. Can't fix partially molten rock. A friend's homebrew campaign design he made. Still working on. Every roll is 3d10, and our campaign doubles as a beta testing for him. I mean, that's the good kind of QA, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I've just had too many crappy experiences with various tabletop campaigns to the point where it's like just really difficult for me to feel interested in trying again. Actually. Shit. This is where I need. So I need you to connect to that. Can get rid of that. Time to reroute this. I'm doing all right, Pixie. And yourself? Oh no, another goddamn ghost is stealing shit. I like, my favorite ghosts are the ones that like just steal like fancy items occasionally. Like you thieving ghost. Ooh, that's a cool one. Stone would want me to send this to him, so I'm just gonna post this in Discord and add him with it. Same with the description, so I'll be screenshotting while I'm reading this one. Asub Stone, the clother, has created Edim Rithar, a llama wool headscarf, and claims it as a family heirloom. Just working? I mean, someone has to, right? Me too, as well. It doesn't look like it. Is the whole being an adult and trying to get multiple people's schedules to line up? Yeah, that's a problem. My biggest problem with tabletop RPGs is I have to tolerate other people. Generally. And I'm not always the kind of person that wants to tolerate other people. I don't like being called an introvert because it doesn't fit my personality traits at all. I just don't generally like having to take a hobby that if I enjoy doing something, I want to just sit down and do it when I feel like it. I don't want to wait for like a group of 5 people to be ready to do the thing that I want to do. Like that fucking sucks. It's not my gig. Not for me. That's the actual problem that I have with it. He has created Edim Rithar, a llama wool headscarf, and claims it as a family heirloom. The Keys of Trammeling. Wow, this is quite the description. Oopsies, wrong button. I was aiming for print screen and I hit the wrong button. This is a llama wool headscarf. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular marble cabochons and decorated with apple wood and wombat leather, and encircled with bands of llama wool and wombat bone, and round lamanite cabochons, and rectangular marble cabochons. And it is made from llama wool cloth, and the thread is red with red root dye. This object menaces with spikes of llama wool. On the item is an image of Aban Willaxes, the dwarf, and dwarves in llama wool. Aban Willaxes is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Aban Willaxes to the position of king of the Plank of Nations in the early autumn of 173. Around the time I started playing in this world, actually. On the item is an image of Orani, worried ended. Orani worried ended the troglodyte in iron. Orani is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the troglodyte. Orani worried ended in the heliotrope point in year 1. I don't think I've ever seen a troglodyte mentioned on an artifact. Huh. Well, first time for everything, I suppose. Wow. Yeah, a named troglodyte. I wonder why there's a named troglodyte. I do wonder. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Troglodytes have names and families too. I mean, the thing that I'm the most excited about right now with the premium version, or one of the things that I'm most excited about, is that we'll be able to, although I don't know if this is a bug that just showed up in that current version briefly, but, or in that video that they posted briefly, but, it shows a bat person's thoughts and history. Playable troglodytes? I mean, you could do that. That could change a few text files and make them playable. We could just click to name. Did they confirm that? Air? Or is that just like audience speculation? I can't remember if that was actually confirmed or not. You always forget about modding things. It's a sign of the current era, I guess. There we go. I think what you might be thinking about is Tarn saying, yes, that might be possible. I feel like that's one of those things that Tarn has said, yeah, we could do that a couple of times, but just hasn't. There's a lot of things like that in Dwarf Fortress, though, to be fair. Where Tarn's like, yeah, we could do that. But then it just either doesn't happen or, like, hasn't happened yet. Like, there's lots of examples of that with Dwarf Fortress. But you could also be right. I might have forgotten. I'm trying to think of another example of Tarn saying, like, yeah, we could do that, and then it just hasn't happened yet. Yay, we laid those ghostly engravers to rest, so they'll stop stealing my shit. I know, like, there's been some discussion about selling additional music as DLC, but, like, I don't know, Zach and Tarn have always been very cagey about whether or not they'd ever sell actual, like, playable stuff as content. Especially in a world where it's like, oh, like, you know, yes, goblins aren't playable in Dwarf Fortress right now. You change, like, 3 lines of text in a notepad file in the game files, and bam, goblins are playable. Like, it's not super difficult to just make that happen if you want to. Like, if that's something you want to do with your life, you could do that. So it's like if they were to suddenly turn around and, like, charge for, like, the playability of goblins, that would be very shitty, in my opinion. Because it's like, well, I mean, that's something we can do already, technically. It's just a matter of doing it. Dwarf, you're smart. You got yourself all stuck here. I mean, premium is literally just a new soundtrack and a new graphics pack and an excuse to redo all of the UI. Classic is getting the new UI. Premium is getting the new UI. Classic is getting all of the quality of life features, just not the graphics or the music. So if you were to just play Classic Dwarf Fortress, so the free Dwarf Fortress you'd get off the website, post-premium, you'll just get the old music loop, and no graphics. So you could just go load up Vettlinger's tile set or whatever. That's kind of all it makes it sound cheap when it's that. It's like literally it's just a official tile set. That's all it really is. It's an official tile set and a patch. Basically. All right, so this needs to go up to here. You need those 16-bit graphics? They look fantastic. Like, that's true. You're not the only one with that thought, because they do look fantastic. You get stressed out when you have to edit things or load up external stuff? Yeah, no, I get that. To be fair, though, I personally feel that, like, the popularity of Dwarf Therapist and DF Hack actually turns more people off of the game. Because if you tell somebody, oh, you just go to this website, you download it. Oh, I thank you. When you tell somebody, you go to this website, you download it, and then you can play a video game, that's one thing. But when you tell people, oh, download it from this website, then install this, then install this, then install this, it's like, a lot of people are immediately turned off. Wild Peak, what up? It's good to see you. How's thing? Thing good? How me? Me all right. Me just, you know, streaming. Trying not to stress too much about travel. Because PAX is... Well, I leave for PAX tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, day after tomorrow. Feels like tomorrow, but day after tomorrow. I leave for PAX day after tomorrow. But chilling. You manage without them well enough? No, no, totally. I'm like, I don't want to say that people shouldn't use them. I do think that the popularity of them turns off certain people. I also understand the utility of them and like what they do and why people use them, but like I've said 100,000 times at this point, if people still feel the need to tell people to use Dwarf Therapist and DF Hack once Premium is out, Premium's an absolute failure. Hey, Squug. How thing? Happy Thursday. One thing I'm really looking forward to about going down to Seattle is I get to go to my favorite coffee shop. Caravan has arrived. Well, that's fantastic. From Shem Salem. The dwarves are here to trade. It's been so long. That is absolutely fantastic. We can sell off all of our clothing shit. For quite a while now. Hold on. What do you need? Motor nerve damage. What do you need, though? Oh, I need a traction bench. Duh. I built one ages ago. And then traded it. It's time for you to sleep. You have a good one, man. Sleep well. Which coffee shop? Seattle Coffee Works. I also like Anchorhead coffee. But Seattle Coffee Works is probably my favorite coffee shop. Just period. I just really, 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 really like their selection. Can't wait to go there and spend $10 on one small cup of coffee. Because it's like expensive, fancy coffee. I'm not like a hot milkshake either, like just a cup of black coffee. A sunless stalker is visiting. Get out of here, stalker. One of your favorite things about traveling is getting to go to amazing coffee shops. Your favorite is in Denmark? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty spoiled. Like, we've got really, really, really good coffee up here in BC. But, like, there's things that I can get in Seattle that I can't get up here. Like, there's certain, like, African coffees and things like that that are prohibitively expensive. Like, last time I was in Seattle Coffee Works, there was an African roast that I had. I can't remember the name. I have it written down somewhere, but I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. But I looked it up when I got home, and a bag of it up here is like $90. But I bought the little like 300-gram bag down there for like, it was like $35 basically, which is significantly expensive still, but like significantly cheaper. How to better manage the stress system without using Dwarf Therapist. You learn how to manage the stress system without Dwarf Therapist. You don't learn how to play Dwarf Fortress properly if you learn Dwarf Fortress with Dwarf Therapist. It's fun. You can still learn how to play the game, but you will do a significantly better job learning how to play the game without it. The barn in Berlin lines exclusive beans too for similar prices. Yeah. Yeah, what the hell is learning? So you go to school and then like my favorite coffee shop, they're actually a small chain in Vancouver here, is called Bean Around the World. And they have a service which I've subscribed now to for about 4 months, and it's kind of lovely. It's literally just they roast their beans on Sunday night, and I get them shipped to me Monday morning. So sometime between 9 a.m. and about noon, usually, I get a text on my phone, and I run outside, and there's like a dude in a minivan, passes me my bag of coffee. It's like getting a drug drop done, and then they drive off, and I get my coffee, and it's kind of great. That coffee shop right next to the crumpet shop is a double win. We don't have crumpet shops in here. I feel like I'm missing out on something, frankly. Can I sell maces, Queenie? Make maces. Maces are... Okay, I cannot export maces. Question is, what do I have in excess of? Aside from corpses. Not actually that many things. Like, I have a rather large selection of plants. That's fine. Wow, that game doesn't like that. Not responding. There it is. I guess I could just... Actually, you know what? Could just sell all of the weapons that are not swords. Or not adamantine swords. Let's do that. Let's sell everything that isn't an adamantine sword. Although I can't really... let's see what we can do. Actually, we can definitely sell them the training weapons. Because the baddies keep sending dudes wielding training weapons at me. I'll just have to get there early, otherwise there's... Like... What, for Seattle Coffee Works? I didn't realize it was near Crumpet Shop, if that's what you're referring to. There's usually a line in the morning, but I'll be there at like... I mean, my train drops me off at 3 p.m. the day that I get there, so I don't even know if they'll still be open by then, but I'll definitely be trying to get there. Oh, the Crumpet Shop. Yeah, I have no idea. Crumpet Shop. I'm good. I'll pass on that. I don't know how to carb count crumpets, but I'm sure they're not that hard, actually. We'll see. Depends on if I'm hungry at that point. There they all go. All right. Something else I'm looking forward to is being able to search what the hell is in here. That's gonna be so goddamn nice. Die Savage, man, they got a lot of copies of Die Savage. Must be a popular reading there. 2 more copies, 3 more copies, 4 more copies. Good lord, a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 copies of Die Savage. Yeah, no, I usually try to get down to that part. Usually when I go to PAX, normally when I go to PAX, I end up with a press badge, so I get into the convention at 7 in the morning. And usually what I would do, like during normal times, and I would get in at 7 in the morning, and then I'd usually get to coffee shops at like 10 to 7 or 6:30 even, like right when they're opening. So I never have a problem with lines generally. But this year, PAX has changed their press requirements. So Twitch partners can't just get them by default. You now have to be a Twitch ambassador or have significantly higher numbers than I do. Or have it's like 500,000 subscribers on YouTube or something to be considered press. So yeah, I'm no longer cool enough to get media badges anymore, which is unfortunate. So now it's like I'm just like a normie, so I won't be getting into PAX on, because I'm only going for the 1 day, so I'll only be in the convention on Sunday. So I won't need to worry about actually getting in the convention until maybe 11, because I want to wait out the line. I'll just show up kind of early-ish, hang out at a coffee shop for an hour and a half, 2 hours, then just casually walk into the convention. My plan. Because I don't like waiting in lines. Okay, so all of this needs to be claimed and we can melt it all down. Melt! Go! Normies go away. I know, right? I don't understand the point of waiting in line for conventions. I do. The point is, if you want to play the AAA big games that are there that are not out yet, that have the really long lines, you want to line up early. I don't give a shit about that. I literally just want to like go look at what's there and talk to developers. So I do not care about waiting in line for stuff at conventions. So I think the longest line I've ever waited for at PAX was to go to the giant bomb panel of all fucking things. I waited in the line for like 30 minutes. Like a lot of people go to conventions just to wait in line to see shit, and that's just not for me. Not for me. And you know what? That's okay. Not everything has to be for me. Good lord. What are they carrying? Oh, wow. Those are all pikes? Better all be set to melt. Certainly hope. Yes. Okay. Pikes and warhammers and... Set all this to melt. Claim it all. This is why I've developed unlimited iron. What's funny is there's no iron on this map, yet I've got thousands of iron bars. It's all just from these weapons we keep melting down. Also, looks like grated Parmesan cheese is reciting poetry. This is pretty badass. I wonder what kind of poetry, actually. Whose poetry? From what faction? The stunts is an example of the Mauve loots. It has no particular subject, and the writing is a rare but particularly exquisite turns of phrase, and it gives a feeling of compassion. And overall, the poetry is masterful. Called Stunts. Today I learned that Evil Knievel is poetry. How have I just been fueling... Have you just been fueling your entire iron stockpile off of sieges? Yep. There was literally just copper, tin, and some silver ore. We found some raw silver. And then the rest of my supplies is sieges, and we've bought it. So, give it a sec. Yeah, 2,532 iron. Yeah, I generally just make my armor out of iron anyway and don't worry about flux and making steel. And then I just, yeah, at least in this fort, we're just using adamantine weapons. Because, like, armor doesn't really matter. Like, you could make your armor out of copper, and as long as it's, like, good quality armor, it'll murder a fool. Also, since this is out now officially, also on Dwarf Fortress subreddit as well, there is actually a third person working on music for premium, for those of you who missed it. I'm just going to read this post verbatim. I can link the Reddit thread in a sec if you want. We wanted to correct some errors and omissions from yesterday's Dwarf Fortress soundtrack update. Firstly, we wanted to announce... I'm not even going to try and pronounce this person's name. A third composer as the two tracks by... the third composer on the two tracks with Dabu and Simon And she makes a lot of really cool video game music, and you can find all of her work at link. So here is Reddit thread if you want. A fort without iron? Can you even damage? How can you even damage when attackers have iron stuff equipped? Silver warhammers. Usually, if you don't have iron, you'll probably... If you have multiple metals and you don't have iron, you'll probably have silver. Or you'll have the ability to make bronze. And yes, you can damage. Silver is pretty damn efficient, actually, in the format of warhammers. I really like silver warhammers. Silver warhammers might actually be my go-to weapon in the majority of cases. So yeah, silver warhammers are ridiculous. Otherwise, copper spears, bronze spears, and iron spears, you can very much damage and kill enemies. That, and I tend to use weird traps more often than I use like just normal weapons. Like, it's very rare that I'll be like, all right, dwarves, charge! Usually what I end up doing is like this, where I have like this hallway that I dump lava on people's heads if they make it into my fortress. But yeah, blunt weapons are, like, never underestimate blunt weapons. Like, using iron maces, actually. I took out an entire army of about like 150 goblins and beak dogs and trolls with about 20 fully trained up dwarves using iron maces. And they were equipped with a variety of copper and iron, the enemies. Our armor was copper. But like, I had a squad that killed a dragon using wooden shields. That's the only weapon they had, was wooden shields. Like, to me, it's like more, like, your dwarves die when they get exhausted, right? And it's more about just like out surviving the enemy than actually dying. So lighter armor is better because they last longer. But aside from that, armor doesn't matter. And as far as weapons go, they'll eventually beat the ever-living shit out of the enemy as long as they outlast them. So if you have weaker weapons, they have to fight longer, right? Which is generally the problem that I run into. And if they fight longer because it takes more hits to actually damage the goblins or whatever you're fighting, the odds of you losing are higher. That being said, if you get attacked by a Forgotten Beast made of steel, you're just kind of fucked. If you have, like, shitty weapons. Which happened to me once. I had a fort that, like, I had enough stuff to make bronze. And I had, like, bronze and copper and nothing else. And the funny thing about that fortress was there was a doorway into the third cavern layer because I was mining some stuff and I hadn't sealed it off yet. And a Forgotten Beast, which was a horse, which we refer to as a stallion. It was the something of fears. Anyway, it was a stallion, a horse, with like a massive shell made of steel. The shell's scales were jagged and overlapping. Beware its webs. And it killed all 220 dwarves I had, including my entire military of 3 squads. Like, it ran into the basement, just went brrr, and just, like, systematically ran through the entire fort and killed everybody. Like, there was, like, nothing. I didn't even touch it. So, like, you know, Dwarf Fortress isn't a balanced game. It's more about having fun, right? A web-shooting Forgotten Beast made of steel. Yep. It's like, get fucked, the Forgotten Beast. That's honestly worse than a dragon. The thing is, dragons can be caught in a wooden cage trap. Like, dragons aren't scary. Dragons are cool, but they aren't scary. The problem with dragons is that they can also burn down drawbridges. You just be like, I give up. What, just to save it? Xerxia? You don't want to have the unironic "you shall not pass" moment? I really love the unironic "you shall not pass" moment. Even if it means all my dwarves die. Oh, I actually had a fort die once, which was pretty early on. We had like less than 50 dwarves. It was like year 1 like the end of year 1, and I was building a cavern fort, and so we were constructing the fortress in the second cavern layer. And this fortress was some sort of bird. I can't remember. Might have been a kestrel or something. But we didn't have any crossbow dwarves or anything. And it was a bird with deadly dust. It just like floated above like my little kind of cavern fort. I was like, yeah, we'll build a cavern fort. It'll be all tough and stuff. We'll put our beds in the fort, and it'll be a couple tough years, and we'll have some fun fights, and it'll be a good time. We had weapons made. We had like swords and axes and things, and we're like, oh, we'd already killed a forgotten beast, and it was going really well. We're like, yeah, we could do this. And then this fucking bird with just acid shows up, and everybody bleeds to death, and I'm like, well, that's great. It was the most like, man, that's annoying. I've been about Dwarf Fortress in a very long time. Must be one of those mythical Pokemon. Have you ever seen the Pokemon mod, Baxter? Like, hold on. Let me show you this. I'll link the page in a second, but before I link the page, I want to show you what they look like. This is marked as spoiler, by the way. All right. Refresh. This is just a whole bunch of Pokemon in one area. It just adds Pokemon. But, like, because it's Dwarf Fortress, it takes the abilities that Pokemon have way too literally. It's fantastic. As the more starts spawning at the edge in a sec, if I'm not mistaken. There's one. Like, you know, Pikachu's cute and all until suddenly you just get electric. Like, what even is that? Like, there's like 3 things fighting right there. But yeah, no, it adds 800 something Pokemon to the game. Just it's just ridiculous. Is there a log? Yeah, there is a battle log. There's a paste bin of the battle log. But here you go. Have fun. But yeah, it's great because you can just play like legit just Dwarf Fortress. But there's Pokemon that will spawn in at the edge of the map and absolutely wreck fools. Also, the kind of cool thing about this is, as a special bonus, there's a very, and some very eagle-eyed viewers, user Blind IRL may have noticed that there was a tiny edit made to the VOD of one of his interviews with Zach and Tarn, which happened to be clipped here. So for some of you may have seen this. So the next question comes in from Don Chad, and they ask, if the game launch goes well, or I guess now even maybe before, do you plan on expanding the team?
Well, we kind of already have.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. We have like how many artists?
We've had like 4 artists. We have had 4 artists now. We have 3 composers. Ooh, did I just fuck up?
You just fucked up.
I just fucked up.
That's fine. We have 1 composer. No, we have. There'll be
for those of you who like maybe missed the actual interview. After that happened, when I edited the VOD and put it up on YouTube, I bleeped out that bit. Which apparently they've now released officially because they used that clip. I sent that clip again. Kid Fox was like, "Oi, what happened to the 3rd one?" Which is kind of funny. You'll love to see it. Imagine sending one of those at a dragon. What, a Pokemon? I mean, isn't a Charizard literally just a dragon? Like, Am I not mistaken there? What about the ice cream cone and the candle thing? I don't know. Those are made up. Fire flying. Durgan. You can't change my mind. All right, so let's go back down to the basement and figure out where we're going to pump water next. Charizard is not a dragon type. Memes here. I don't fucking care. He's a goddamn dragon. Looks like dragon, smells like dragon, probably tastes like dragon. Definitely dragon. If not dragon, then it's okay. I'm not a Pokemon fan, so. If it's a lizard that can make my burger for me, then it's a dragon. Daggeron. Yeah, exactly. Although we could see how many Charizards it takes to kill a dragon, though. You know, actually, I'll bet you that mod would just be fun for arena mode. It's like, just okay. So two Pikachu. Actually, what you need to do is you need to install the game, right? That has the Mushroom Kingdom mod and the Pokemon mod, so you can see if a Yoshi can eat a Pikachu. Because I'll bet you Yoshi would just be like, whoop, and not even notice, and then just belch out like static electricity or something. It has been a long time because of work and travel, but you finally had some time to chill and watch. Hi, Banana. I hope that you've had some good travel. Guess who gets to travel in 2 days? Me. What's up, Bananas? I mean, it's not a very long trip, so should be fine. Okay, who's pumping the pump? Oh, there you are. Logan's going to go operate the pump. Let's lock this door. But what have you been what have you been doing travel-wise? When you say work and travel, I assume it's travel for work, but I mean, I don't know if that's short-term memory or just like lack of spatial awareness. How'd you build your pump stack without iron on the map? Glass. It's all made of glass. I literally just built some walls on some plants and then deconstructed them, had a bunch of bags, made a whole bunch of glass. Because I had magma forges, right? Because I had iron, or not iron, iron anvils. And this entire faction, like the mountain home here, has no iron either. So actually, no, I didn't have an iron anvil. I had a steel anvil. Yeah. Because if a faction doesn't have iron available, instead of having iron anvils, they have steel anvils. Because logic. Visiting to escape from work, and then coming back to escape from family. Yeah, okay. I know the feeling. Always got to run from something. Dwarf Fortress has a lot of what came first, chicken or the egg situations, and they're always very entertaining to me. And some of the game decided to not respond. For a second there, I thought it was saving, but nope. It just decided to nope for a bit. You know, I remember having a conversation with, I think it was Krug Smash actually in his Discord and some other people. And somebody said, when Premium Dwarf Fortress comes out, if it doesn't try to crash 3 times in the world generation, it's not actually Dwarf Fortress. And they've like tricked us and conned us into playing a different game. I kind of feel that way. Like, it's not Dwarf Fortress unless sometimes it just randomly decides to nope for a minute. It's like, it very rarely crashes. It's usually quite stable. And sometimes it just doesn't. Like, sometimes the game just gives up. Never for very long, but... Also, hey Darren, what's up? Glass and clay for a tower from months ago. Getting 1/4 as many blocks as stone was something you'd neglected to plan for. Yeah. Well, I mean, glass is actually pretty quick. Glass is pretty quick once you get it rolling. If you have like a bunch of glass forges, as long as you're not using charcoal. As long as you're just going off of like magma, glass is quite fast. Clay, on the other hand, very. Just because it's so much heavier, but. Yeah, no, that's same. Like, I'm so stoked for that. Yes, well, I mean, I made 2, I think I mentioned it in 3 different videos, if you count an interview, but yeah. It's literally just like, in order for intelligent characters and scholars and like necromancers to write books, they'd have to check if they were mentioned in history, but instead of like checking relevant history, they would check all of the history. So now instead of checking all of the history, they only check relevant history, which apparently speeds world gen up a lot, if I'm understanding it correctly. Although, I still maintain that the feature that I'm the most excited about over all features for Premium, the feature that I'm the most excited about is the fact that we'll be able to build walls on constructed floors. That is by far the feature that I am the most excited for. Your grumpy cat decided to come over and rub your hand first time he's been in your house in 1.5 years. Oh my god, really? And then he'd realized what he'd done and promptly left. Well, the floor thing hurts you? I know, right? But like... It's very cat of your cat. My neighbor, one of my neighbor's cats is this like long-haired fluffy Siberian cat, and she'll just like disappear for like 3-4 days at a time, and then like I'll be outside and like drinking a beer or something, and we'll just be talking about like, I don't know, building bullshit, what our strat is up to and whatnot, and then his cat will walk over and he'll be like, "Oh hi, it's good to see you," and she'll like walk around him and then nuzzle my leg. Which is really funny. This is like, yeah, fuck you. It's like, fine then. Asshole. Yeah, I don't know. Like, accounting for where walls and floors are is not the most annoying thing about Dwarf Fortress to me. But it's like one of those small things that you forget about sometimes, and then it's like a eye roll, and then go back to what you were doing previously. It's just, I don't know, it ends up just being such a waste of time to the point where I'm just like, yes, don't need to worry about it. I do like building scaffolding though. Like, I'm quite happy that's not changing. I'd be really sad if we lost scaffolding. Because having to build scaffolding is actually one of the things about Dwarf Fortress I really like. Okay, those need to go away. But whereas this here, I wish I could just build on top of these. Like, I would just, right there. All right, you go up here. Building scaffolds is fine. It was more safely removing them to avoid. Yeah. No, I mean, like, right here, I'm having to build these floors to be able to build this pattern. But if I didn't have to remove them to then build walls there, I would just be building over top of them. I'm sure some people wouldn't, but I would be just building over top of them. Damn right I'd be building over top of them. All right, let's go back down to that area that we were working on in the basement. It's raining blocks. Hallelujah. It's raining blocks. I mean, what? No. Huh. I didn't know about that other one right there. That's definitely a portal to hell. There's no way in hell that isn't. So's that. Hey, the water's almost here. Perfect. That's what I want to see. All right, let's work our way through that. How much more water do I want to pump? That's always the question. Not a bad job encasing a bunch of this. Up and around there. Good, good. I can fill this kind of whole thing up, more or less, and then I can channel through bits. I don't think I've ever actually accidentally killed a dwarf by dropping a block off of a construction. I'm sure it's happened, but I don't think I've done that. Is that a common occurrence? You know, it's like, that's not something I would have ever thought about, Banana, and now that you mention it, I'm like, I'll bet you that happens all the fucking time, and I've just never noticed. Okay, that's plenty. Quit pumping. Zoop. All right, so now we can just knock out those walls. Dwarves getting hit by falling blocks. Of course dwarves get stuck. Dwarves get stuck everywhere all the goddamn time, nonstop, forever. That's not going to change. Oak logs from scaffolds? Really? 90%? I think mine are like mostly accidentally channeling the wrong thing out and like caving something in and like insta-giving a dwarf. That's the majority of my random surprise fatalities. You know, for lunch day, because I didn't eat my packed lunch for the first bit, what I might do is just pause the game and just go put some stuff into the microwave real quick and then just eat it here. It'll take me a little bit longer to eat. And I don't generally eat while I'm playing Dwarfs, but I kind of want to just play Dwarfs all day today. Might just do that. It would be nice if there was a finished position to choose during the queuing process, with the default being any. I think that any... I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but I think that... And there was like a discussion about this on some... I think it might have been in response to the Future of the Fortress thread on the subreddit a couple months ago, but there was someone talking about how they wanted the ability to grab a dwarf and force them to move somewhere. Similar to... They described it saying similar to RimWorld. And to me, anything that allows me to click on a dwarf and say, go here... takes a little bit of the magic away, because what makes Dwarf Fortress so cool is the really convincing, or at least for me, what makes Dwarf Fortress so cool for me is the really convincing descriptions and the very believable characters, I guess. And the second you go, well, let's remove the dwarves' ability to just make stupid fucking dumb decisions, they lose a little bit of that. Even if it's for the better of the game, I think it's for the worse overall, if that makes any sense. Like, I like the dwarves just being able to be allowed to do dumb shit. And that's fun and entertaining to me. And maybe not everybody feels that way, but at least that's kind of the way I feel, where it's like, I want the dwarves to be able to do the stupid thing and die in a dumb way, because that's where I get the charm for Dwarf Fortress. Like, that's why I find Dwarf Fortress charming. No, you can't. Because they can just... the military can completely choose to ignore the order, right? There is no way to take one dwarf and be like, go here and stand here until you die. Right? In RimWorld, you can take a person and say... stand here, and they will literally stand at attention until they pass out and die and starve to death. They will literally do that. There's no way to do that in Dwarf Fortress. Like, even like a military dwarf, they will eventually just say, nah, fuck it, and go get a snack, right? Vampires, yes, they will stand there for a lot longer, but even they will eventually decide, nah, fuck it, I'm gonna go eat a dwarf or something. Even they will be like, it's time to go get lunch eventually. Right? So, yes and no. Like, sort of you can do that in Dwarf Fort, but also not to the degree that I think some people want. Like, kind of the anthill nature of Dwarf Fortress is largely part of the charm for me. In RimWorld, I mean, sometimes they go crazy and leave, but, like, leave your faction and leave the map, which is basically the same until they die. Or they will stand there until they pass out, and then they'll stand up, and they'll stand back at attention when they wake up. Or they'll just break, and then, like, go into a coma or something, and holy shit, Ponce, thanks for the host. Dude, you should have said something. I don't even think he's in my chat. I was wondering why my view count spiked up a bunch. Thanks, Ponce. I think he's probably playing Total War, but Ponce is cool people. Go give him a follow. See, a big problem in approaching Dwarf Fortress as a game It's a world simulation with multiple ways that you can interact with it, if you choose to. But yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it's part of the reason that, like, whenever people are like, oh, I mean, I really like RimWorld, so I will like Dwarf Fortress, I get worried because I think people might... There is a part of me that is very nervous about the launch of Dwarf Fortress on Steam because I think that there are some people that are just straight up expecting a game that's very similar to RimWorld. And that makes me worried because Dwarf Fortress is nothing like RimWorld. Mechanically and conceptually, it has some similarities, and you can definitely see where RimWorld ripped off Dwarf Fortress. But mechanically and as video games, they are totally different. I love that those gnomes are just partying every day. I mean, I had someone yesterday asking me why I don't just kill them, and it's like, I don't know, like, what are they doing? They're just like, they hang out in my tavern and they're just chugging booze. Like, I don't know, they're fine. Kind of like them, they seem chill. Like, they just run from stockpile to stockpile. They can't talk, they're naked. And they just chug beer. They're great. Why PR is so important? Yeah, I think that at least currently, RimWorld has much farther influence and reach than Dwarf Fortress, even though RimWorld exists because of Dwarf Fortress. You know? Huh. I went to open Twitter, and I get this. Weird. Signing back in. Now it works. Very strange. Kind of reminds you of Men in Black headquarters, all sorts of creatures just hanging out. What, with like the gnomes and shit? Yeah. I wish I had more weird creatures in this fort. This particular fort hasn't gotten much in the way of like animal people or anything coming through. It's been a while since we've had few enough deaths on the map to still get like poets and stuff. But you know, we do have some goblins and some elves in the fort, so it's not, and some humans, so it's not totally just dwarves. Is this what obsidian looks like in this tile set? Well, I mean, this is all marble, but yeah, this is largely mica and then obsidian down here. How deep is this? How deep is this water? Ooh, pretty deep. Okay. Let's just do this from the bottom up. It's much easier this way. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, no, can't go from there. Am I following correctly? What you're filling a candy spire with obsidian to carve stairs into it? So the candy spires, right? They're surrounded with lava. I'm dumping water around them to be able to mine out more of them. Because I've already mined out the easy to get at bits. And so I'm going further down. Also, I just realized there's candy above this too. I should be going up as well. I could auto mine all this. Classic Minecraft strategy. Classic Dwarf Fortress strategy, I'll have you know. At least I think this strategy's been in Dwarf Fortress longer than Minecraft. Yeah, I don't know. Like, Dwarf Fortress took a lot of things from Minecraft, and Minecraft took a lot of things from Dwarf Fortress. Minecraft? No, Minecraft didn't come out until, well, it ran in a web browser in 2009 was when Minecraft first, like, started becoming a thing, but you couldn't buy it until about 2010, 2011. No, Dwarf Fortress was 06. Although Dwarf Fortress started development in 03. If only Minecraft was fun. I don't know. I never got into Minecraft. It's not for me. Am I going to fight them in Melee? I'm probably not even going to fight them today. Because I haven't decided where. But probably very, 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 very long hallway with bridges. It's like a very, very, very long hallway and crush a large portion of them and then kill off the scragglers. Or stragglers, I guess. It's between that or if I want to put more time into this, what I'll do is I'll build a very, 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 very long hallway, fill it with lava, and then once there's a bunch of them in there, pull a lever and turn all that lava into obsidian by having water one layer above it with drawbridges in between. That's the other thing I'm thinking about doing. I haven't decided yet, though. I still need to find a good spot to actually start going after all this. Okay, here this is my favorite like piece of Dwarf Fortress bullshit lore that I love to just shout about. Okay, so Dwarf Fortress, right? Dwarf Fortress inspired the world generation and map generation for an open source game by a guy who went on to found Zachtronics, the people who made like Space Chem and all of those like super in-depth puzzle games. He made a game called Infiniminer, right? Minecraft was made by a crazy homophobic, transphobic, insane dude. Took an open source fork of Zachtronics Infiniminer, and which was, you know, later had like a spiritual successor called Infinifactory, Infiniminer, because it was open source, and made his Infiniminer clone and named it Minecraft. Also took a couple things from a game that he enjoyed playing called Dwarf Fortress and expanded upon that concept a little bit and made it a big open world instead of just like a small PvP shooter, which is what Infiniminer was. Then from there, people started modding Minecraft, obviously, because it blew up and became super popular. And then Epic Games was like, we should try and make a clone of Minecraft. So they started prototyping a game in the late 2011, early 2012 called Fortnite, which was supposed to be their open world procedurally generated Minecraft clone. And then over time, they realized that, man, the Unreal Engine just isn't that great at doing giant, endless procedural worlds. So eventually, they typed it down to like a weird tower defense thing, to which about 9 years later, maybe not 9 years later, but from about 2012 till about 2017, we didn't really hear much about Fortnite. It's just every single time E3 happened, we would hear something about this game Fortnite that Epic Games was supposedly working on. Anyways, then they released it, and then Fortnite Save the World came out, and Dwarf Fortress was Minecraft at the time also popularized the Battle Royale genre via mods, right? And then PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds came out, and H1Z1, and you know, all of those games that popularized the Battle Royale genre came out, and then Fortnite became a Battle Royale game. So if you go back far enough in time, Dwarf Fortress is to blame for Fortnite. Nice Excel spreadsheet? You put color in your spreadsheets? Weird. A vile force of darkness has arrived, and I'm done my ramble. Every game is a ripoff of Pong, just like everything is actually just a really detailed Minecraft mod. Who doesn't? I don't know. I never fully understood the Dwarf Fortress looks like an Excel spreadsheet joke. I was like, I don't know. Like, this is maybe if I had it like in a, I don't know. It doesn't look like Excel to me at all. That's a big siege already. I use 2 colors in my Excel spreadsheets, and that's gray and white. That's it. It's a bad joke. I don't know. It's like, it's one of those jokes where it's like, I get it, but I don't get it. It makes more sense for NetHack. Or even the original Rogue than it does for Dwarf Fort. It's like a joke that people who've never seen an Excel spreadsheet make. All right, it's a little bigger. All right, let's just prioritize these. Oh wait, never mind. That one's already just been pulled. Duh. That one's gonna slam shut. Right. Or not. What? There it goes. Okay. For everything, anything that looks complicated. You know, to me, it makes a lot more sense for EVE Online. It's like, that's a really nice Excel. That dwarf just made it through that door. It's like, that's a really nice Excel skin you got there. Although with EVE Online actually has like proper ties to Excel, and you can export all of your active works in EVE to Excel now, which is just way funnier. I mean, I've never done data entry as a job. Like, I use spreadsheets to, like, organize questions for interviews, and that's about it. I've got very basic spreadsheet knowledge. So, like, I can use Excel. I know what the tools do. I can make graphs and shit. I've done it twice, and I'd probably have to look up a tutorial to do it again. What was this biome before I lit it on fire? Before I lit it on fire, it's a good mountain biome, which is also why it didn't grow back. So it's like that eye-splitting turquoise color. And then that forest over there is a good forest, which is why half the trees are white. It's a, and it's got unicorns in it and stuff. Pretty good. That's why there's gnomes here, because they only spawn in good forests. Or good mountains, rather. Good mountain, well done mountain. I prefer my mountains medium rare, actually. Also, Stone, I was rambling when you popped back in. I hope that you slept at least a bit. Also, Stone, you might get a kick out of this. What are you waiting for? Huh. Ow. An overlapping fracture. Ugh. Just reading that sounds painful. It's supposed to be drink, comma, industry. In the video, they title it drink and industry. But I just think it's funny that the reason that people poked and they added in that correction was because, oh my god, why is there always somebody carrying a boulder from? I really need to fix that problem. I thought that I had them all forbidden, but. You really should just drop that there, Dwarf. Otherwise, you're gonna die. Can you? Okay. There you go. That'll deal with it. Run away there, Dwarf. Yeah, there is. Cancel the job, which I just did. I was just trying to forbid the particular boulder, but which sometimes works, but canceling the whole job. Literally just go into jobs, hit J. A lot of people don't know this menu exists. Literally just hit J and find the job with that dwarf and then just cancel it. Or suspend it. All right. We must carry additional boulders from the outside. They're special. I thought I had all the boulders over there forbidden, so I'm not sure where they're getting them from. I'm sure there's like some hole that I dug that I've forgotten about, but. You've learned something vital to your survival. Maybe not vital to your survival, but definitely vital to your risk number 4,221's survival. Also, I'm assuming you saw it, but your dwarf made an artifact. There's a description in Discord. Twitter seems to be exploding / going down frequently for a lot of people, so nothing of value has been lost. At least that's good. Well, that goblin's about to have a rough afternoon. Hey! Seems to be fine. This thing used to be full of weapon traps, but that one trap is the only one that's lasted. Who's my chief medical dwarf right now? Pops. There you are. Make sure that you actually have all of the healthcare jobs. Yes, you do. You just don't seem to have any interest in them. Well, that's brilliant. Dwarf? Whoa. Excuse me there, Mr. Dwarf. Are you trying to die? Like, what? Oh, I see what I did. I forgot to turn it back on because I'm dumb. Just in time for the party? Yeah, just in time for the let's set everything on fire party. It's not the first time I've done that, where I've like disabled that and then forgot to turn it back on. Let's do that now. I mean, fun. Oh, the goblins are about to have a lot of fun. Although this trap is getting a little samey because I've run the same thing a number of times now. This goblin thinks that he's going to get a kill in. Like, geez, look at them. Corner on the corner. Yeah, I'm real happy that you made a headscarf. Look at him firing arrows. Oh my god, no. Oh god. No. You stupid, stupid dwarf. Let's slam the gate. No. Man, oh. Cancel that, I guess. See if I can get a doctor down here. Ability to stand lost. Terrified. His leg's pretty fucked up. Ugh, that's a lot of blood. Here come the heroes. Get down here, dwarves! Run! Oh, pfft, run past... Okay, you run past the swords goblin that's step... I did tell them to kill the other one. We were too late. Dual-wielding axe pilgrim with a trusted legendary snapjaw companion, be beguiled. Hell yeah! That's kind of rad. Well done. Oh, man. That's a fucking shame. It's okay. They won't live much longer. Well, somebody just died. Another goblin, I suspect. Yep. Just like that one. Let's back that squad up. He died to a chain gun turret? Oh, what? Your character died, or your companion died? Secret to chain gun turret: you hear gunshots, run away. It's like we can slam all these gates. Dwarves, do you have to, like, run across the gate? I mean, I get it. Trolls are easy, but, like... Okay, well, there go all the trolls. Run away, dwarves. Get out of there. 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 Get out of there before they close the gate. Okay, now they close the gate. Wow, that was good timing, actually. Troll? What troll? I didn't even see a troll. I haven't seen a troll in years. I've never even met a troll. I don't even know what a troll is. Oh, come on. Get the other side needs to be done more. Ugh, I'm gonna have to open it back up. All right, well, it's fine. Maybe we'll launch this one into space. Nope, maybe we'll... Oh, okay. Well, those... Yeah, we got enough. It's fine. Pull the important lever. I think we're gonna let these dwarves go on a bit of a combat sesh. Let's open this lever and actually just quickly launch everybody else, or lock everybody else back inside the burrows. Shoutouts to this dwarf who's going to go into combat carrying a dead troll. This looks like a lot. This is very small. I've actually like turned up the settings on this install so that sieges are usually upwards of 600 to 700. This is actually a really small siege. They run really slowly, but they're entertaining. Did I really just pull that lever twice? I think I did. Okay, there we go. But yeah, they don't run. It doesn't run very well when I do this. Oh, also, there go the goblins, by the way. But yes, they do in fact have Goblinite. Very confused. This lever feels backwards. Or rather, it feels like it's not working at all. It's like something is stopping that lever from working. Oh, there they go. All right, well, fight! Go take out the extras around the edges. There we go. Go get them, boys. Cut them up. Show them who's boss. Get him. Looks like the goblins are all running away. Yep, and there they go. And then the last of them are just kind of sad. You messed up the count. You know, if you just deleted it really quickly and didn't tell anybody, nobody would have noticed it. But F's for the count. I just had someone ask me to make a playlist of just the interviews I've done with Bay 12, so I'm just going to quickly make a playlist of that. That one. That. 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 Work correctly? No, it didn't. Come on. I guess it didn't save. God damn it. Oh well. Let's get this draining. Can pull the top half of this lever. I'm also going to slam this back shut again. That will slam that gate shut, and we'll send a bunch of those bodies flying. Let's just actually see. Curious how high this one goes. Hey, look, a bunch of unicorns. Does the quality of the mechanism have an effect on how fast the bridge is being pulled up on the lever? I actually have no idea. What affects that? I'll be completely honest with you. I have no idea. I'm sure something does. I know that, like, higher quality mechanisms have a... I know that higher quality mechanisms have a higher chance to, or a lower chance to just suddenly break when they're made into traps. But outside of that, I don't know. All right, so now another thing I can do is I can get this, I can pull this lever. I'm going to drain the initial bit out of this just straight out the front. It's going to go set all this greenery on fire, but that's fine. It'll burn those corpses in the process, which is actually what I want it to do. Also, I'm not sure why that... Oh, hey, a dwarf's been possessed. That's cool. Let's turn off this burrow. Please. So they can go do other things. And then this is just going to flow up here and deal with the bodies for me, so I don't need to deal with them. And we can just run out there and grab the Goblin Knight later. Yeah, like it makes them more accurate. I don't know if it affects bridges at all. I don't think they have a chance to fail. I don't know. I just blame ghosts usually. Maybe not the best thing to do, but... Okay, so this engraver is named a craft store shop. I'll keep a loose eye on him. So that's going to go at the front. And then over here, let's open up the back. Doesn't lava destroy loose steel? Nope. It doesn't destroy steel or iron, which is why all of that armor and weaponry is still there. Yeah, I know that they like seeing nice ones, but I don't think it actually affects the effectiveness of the whether or not the door opens or not. I know that they like seeing them. Like often I'll take fancy mechanisms and just set them up as a lever that's connected to nothing, like in the tavern, because dwarves just like looking at them. So now I also don't need to clean up all those corpses. There's an extra benefit for everybody. There's something evil in my fortress? No? Okay. Then... Oh. I see. This bloody dwarf. Is tantruming. I really need to just like orchestrate an accident with this dwarf. I'm not generally the sort of person who does that. This dwarf needs to be expelled, I think. This dwarf is trying really hard to start fights with people. Maybe I'll just lock the prison door. I might just do that. I was kind of hoping I'd get a fell mood or something out of him, but... Might as well convict this. There you go. Alright, go kick his ass, dwarves. Go kick his ass. 29 days in prison. Perfect. Send him to prison. We'll just lock the door. And you have a good night's sleep. Cheers, dude. I mean, how many kills does this dwarf has? Just killed Raz? It's the only dwarf this dwarf killed? Well. A captain of the guard is storing an owned item. Putting away his clothing. Yeah, yesterday, unfortunately, Raz. Also, hi, Raz. What a time to be just like, hold on a second. Gotta put my pants away before I can, arrest this fool. Very efficient. Not a huge fan. But, Freeways, I appreciate your honesty about the count. Nice of you. I'm starting to think that this dwarf has actually just like gone aggro with a bunch of other dwarves to the point where this dwarf is trying to cause a loyalty cascade. Look at how many of them are just sprinting away from him whenever they see him. Like, they no longer consider him to be part of the faction. Oops. Oopsies. Man, what a shame that is. You have a revolutionary in my fort? No. Just a convicted felon. No. Doop 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 doop. Actually, there might be another one. I'm seeing other dwarves like randomly sprinting around, which usually means somebody's gone hostile. My queen still wants a crystal glass window, but iron mace I can do. I don't have rock crystals. I can't make crystal glass. I can make a green glass window. Can't make crystal glass. Oh, gremlin? Indeed. Someone has to. I'll figure out who's gone hostile and I'll fix it. All right, let's see. Can I do this? This is a bad idea, by the way. Just wanted to note this before I complete it. This is a really bad idea. But, you know, we're doing it, so. Has anybody here figured out what I'm doing yet? See, this dwarf is down in here, right? Cole, this weaver, who's been causing problems in the fortress for quite some time, frankly. You that they're running from? Nope, it's not you. Was it you? Flirting with lava? I mean, there's still something hostile in the fort. What is it, though? Is it this guy? Nope. Someone in the fort is hostile, and I don't know who it is. I don't think it's that dwarf, because they shouldn't be able to see him. But, like, this dwarf is sprinting away from something. Like, this dwarf is running away from in fear. But who are you in conflict with? You didn't rigged it? You sure? Well, there's the grate. I just need somebody to put that door into place. Construction got suspended. Now they're sprinting away from something again. It's got to literally just be with this dwarf, right? Look what you did. Diamond Christmas is canceled this year. As if Christmas was ever really a thing. All right, let's see. Can I carve a fortification in this wall without the game having a conniption fit? Or do I need to do a very roundabout route for this? All right, they're walking past that now. There we go. Now, let's see. Do you immediately get torched? Do we lose 2 dwarves for the price of 1? Let's see. You're going to have to back up real quick here, Dwarf. Fingers crossed. Yep, 2 for the price of 1 it is. Whoops. Anyway. That worked. Quite well, actually. I was hoping that dwarf would have better reaction time, but, you know, you can't fix them all. Criminal is dead. Justice has been served. Masterwork items? Everything we have is masterwork items, dude. How are we doing for wine? Pretty good. Eat. Now that area smells like dwarven bacon. That smells like something. Nope. I don't know if that was once a thing in the game and it isn't now or something, but trust me, no, that's not a thing. You can't wait for the smells update. Just wait until Dwarf Fortress gets smell-o-vision compatibility. Then you won't be excited for it anymore. Vakar, the engraver, has created Ethistug Nashis Itas, a phalite earring, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Aloth Tongstyre. What? Petition? Oh, Vicod, Razor Scholars, wants to stay here permanently. It's worth 54,400. It's Shut Even the Lilac of Joining. This is a phalite earring. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and decorated with wombat bone and encircled with bands of round phalite cabochons and square brilliant cut pink tourmalines and willow and pig tail. This object menaces with spikes of iron, and on the item is an image of Inul, Archboot, the dwarf, and Senre Cactus Yells, the rock in alpaca wool. Senre Cactus Yells is striking down Inul Archboot. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Inul Archboot by the rock Cactus Yells in Heliotrope Point in 112. Haven't seen that one in a while. It's a very legendary tale from the history of this world. Exciting times. Friends, exciting times. What happened now? Or is it just, like, in general? Because in general, yeah. Unless something just dropped that I don't know about. But what in particular is exciting at this current time? I know. You can fit more elephants into a room. You can fit 999 dragons in one room if 998 of them are lying down. Yes. All right, there's still somebody who's like aggro with everybody. Maybe it is just this dwarf. No, it's not you. Then who is it? Somebody is aggro, and I don't know who it is. Maybe they'll just off the person real quick. Oh. Well, they're murdering my broker. So maybe my broker went aggro? Well, figured out who the problem is. Now that's either going to cause a loyalty cascade or we're fine. F's for my broker. Maybe he got, like, convinced to join the enemy or something by a baddie. That's unfortunate. Anyway, figured out the problem. It was the broker who was hostile. Time to get a new broker. Yeah, my mayor can be the broker. That's fine. The greatest YouTube history and playlist, and the greatest YouTube playlist in history just dropped. I mean, I appreciate that, but I wouldn't say it's the greatest. It's certainly a YouTube playlist of history. You can also see the true evolution of my thumbnails. You have trouble harvesting the whole tree, even with stairs and floors around the tree. Is there a simple way to solve that problem? You don't need to harvest a whole tree. Also, step ladders. They will just literally carry it to wherever there is food available and just like place the step ladder. Also, I can confirm that the "did I just fuck up" clip works on my stream as well, or on my screen as well. Oblock has been missing for a week. Gosh, I wonder why. And so's Cole. Well, I mean, I kind of dumped lava on his head. I mean, that's on me. It ends up looking gross with half-harvested trees, and then they use step ladders and only go 1 or 2 Z levels, and they won't go all the way up even if I designate it. I have a question. Why do you need to harvest all of every tree? Hold up. Hello? Package pickup reminder from Staples. I'll go get it tomorrow, guys. I'll be working until you guys close. Can we interest you in a warranty extension for your car? No, this is like a legitimate, like, actual call. It was actually a human being, too. Ain't that weird? Like, jeez. It's like, I know. I redirected it there yesterday. And it was ready to pick up there as of today, as of 3 o'clock, and it's 3:30. And they're like, why haven't you picked up your package yet? It's like, be there tomorrow. Calm down. You hold it for 5 days. I literally don't have time today. Humanity is rare in the phone realm. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, this is what the thing is. I've ordered patches. Custom embroidered patches, these. 200 of them. So that's what I have to go pick up. But I've ordered those. And people at $7 a month on Patreon will just get an offer to have one mailed to you for free. But I will be selling them at $10 a pop. outside of that. Are those demons? Those are a variation on my logo. So. It's those things.
Oh, fancy patches.
Unless you're talking about in the game itself, which is, no, those are soldiers. I haven't actually dug too deep late yet. I'm still plotting where I'm going to hit them. What flavor is the pop? Pop? I'm confused. What? Final chord is cool? Yeah! My artist is super talented. Which is why I really, really, really want Putin to stop going full on fucking Leroy Jenkins with half the planet so that I can, like, legally order more art from him. My tile set is new to you? Well, no, those aren't demons. There would be more blood everywhere if those were demons. They're dwarves. Well, you should work on your landings. I mean, if someone's going to show up and just throw you out of nowhere, you should work on your soft falls so you don't hurt yourself when you hit the ground. But seriously, Clino, thank you very much for the 22nd month. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Clino? Keeping that sub alive. $10 a pop. Oh, I get the joke. Have you never heard like the term selling something at a pop? It's not like a reference to soda. It's just like sob. Also, I don't really drink pop. Sometimes I'll drink soda water, but yeah, I also don't know the etymology of it. Although, I don't know the etymology of anything I say, even etymology. I'm not a smart person. I don't pretend to be. I just play too many video games and smoke a lot of weed. And I'm pretty good at talking to people. And for some reason, some people hate me for some odd reason. One of these days, I'll figure out why. The joke was bad. Yeah, I mean, the joke was bad enough that it went over my head, and I was like, what? The flavor of pop? What? What? I mean, it wasn't that bad. I think that's one of those jokes that would work really well in context, in person, verbally stated out loud. And that's like the case for a lot of dad jokes, or bad jokes even, where it's like, oh yeah, that would be a really funny thing to say in context, said out loud. The second it's like that would be funny, but like because it's like via text after the fact and not said out loud, it suddenly becomes difficult. I've got a radio voice? Really? I really thought of myself as having a radio voice, because like radio voices is just like a normal person deep-ish voice with like a frills added to it where it's like, hello everybody, and that kind of bullshit. You know, I think radio voice also is just like, if you have the right kind of nice microphone, you kind of have a radio voice. I talk like I'm probably a smart person. Very deceptive. Shame. I talk like a smart person? That's a new one. Although, speaking of radio voices, I'm trying to donate this microphone to Zach and Tarn. I'm going to bring it to PAX and be like, you want it? And hope that they say yes. Because I've just literally had that sitting in my apartment for years. It's all right. It's not great. It's an all right entry level microphone. It's really good. I have beef with the Blue Yeti. I don't like the Blue Yeti. but my beef with the Blue Yeti isn't that it's a bad microphone. It's a jack of all trades and master of none. It's actually a really good entry-level podcasting mic if you're doing in-person podcasting. It's really good at recording an entire room. The problem is if you're like me and you're in an apartment with a running fridge that's like 4 meters that way and an air conditioner that's on the other side of that wall, that microphone looks dangerous. Oh yeah, it's a very effective bludgeoning weapon. That microphone will pick up everything in the room. Everything. A fan, anything. But it would be great for like Zach and Tarn doing interviews and shit. Great. Rock. Great. 3. And it's like it's a USB plug and play mic. You just plug it in, it's good. You set it to the omnidirectional setting, plug it in, turn down the sensitivity, boom. Has a mute button on it. Yeah, no, even if you have it set to the correct directional setting, it's still way too sensitive. Like, and the problem with those like does everything microphones is they do everything, but they don't do anything super well. So the reason I ended up getting this one is this microphone is purely directional. If I'm snapping my fingers right behind my microphone right now, and you probably can't hear it because of how directional this microphone is. This is a really good microphone. That one, if I were to like pick up my coffee cup, you'd hear that. So I'm not running any filters on this microphone or anything. When I used that Blue Yeti, I had to run like 50 filters to keep it from picking up my fucking fridge on the correct setting at the right angle. So it's like it always bothered me the way it made my voice sound. But like I make content for a living, right? This is my job. Oh, that's where they're getting those fucking blocks from. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I picked up the fridge. That's fucking heavy. It's a very strong mic. We should put that microphone in the strong museum. I'm sure they'd find it to be a fascinating specimen. It did look like I was flipping you off repeatedly. Well, I mean, now I'm flipping you off repeatedly. But like, it's fun. This microphone is great. I love it. Friend picked up a Blue Yeti, but it was terrible. But it was terrible, not bashing it. It could have just been settings, but yeah, Blue Yetis are a fine microphone, but they're not a great microphone. The thing is, it's a lot better than a laptop microphone or a webcam mic, which is I'm pretty sure what Zach and Tarn use right now. So I'm gonna try and pawn that off on him. Just be like, here, take it. Just take it. Ultimate Rio Nomak the Knife. That's a name. Hello, your friend. But yeah, no, it's not a terrible microphone if you have some idea of what you're doing. But it's better than no microphone. All right, let's see. Where are we at up here? I still just think it's amazing that like they put out that soundtrack announcement video and it's just like you can barely hear what they're saying. That video was like the last straw for me. It's like, all right, I'm bringing the Blue Yeti to PAX. I've already like threatened to just like mail that microphone to Tarn before via email. It's like, oh, maybe. Although I don't know if that's much of a threat, but. All right, chat. I'm going to give you guys a view of this section of the fort briefly. Well, let's zoom out a little bit. I'm going to do this. Leave the game pause. I'm going to real quick go give myself an injection and toss something in the microwave, and then I'll be back. Because I don't feel like taking a proper lunch break today. I'm just going to eat a bowl of pasta right here. I'll slowly nom on that over the next 40 minutes to an hour because I just kind of want to keep playing. So I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be gone for maybe a minute, maybe 2. And then when I return, we will continue playing. Here be.